We will call the 4:45 meeting to order. Right on.
Oh, here.
Only 4:45. The clock's wrong. Roll call, please.
Yes. Member Young? Here. Member Hedges?
Here.
Member Azevedo?
Here.
Vice Chair Sullivan?
Here.
Chair Shu?
Here.
Councilmember Hannah?
Here.
Councilmember Grummeyer?
Here.
Councilmember Alleman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Newton?
Here.
Mayor Bash?
Yes,
All present, thank you.
thank you. We now call to order, for our joint workshop, call consultant Jean Ward to present a report.
Hi, okay.
There you are.
Here I am. Good
All right,
afternoon,
a little bit
Mayor,
like this.
members of the council, members of the planning commission. Thank you for coming together this afternoon. The purpose of this study session tonight is we're going to review and discuss some land use and circulation scenarios for the future of Norco. And these are based upon kind of all the work that we did in phase one. If you remember this graphic, we were first in phase one, which we called our discovery phase, where we looked at, our whole team looked at existing conditions, did a bunch of baseline analyses, and we engaged a lot with the community, which we've shared back with you. So what we're here to do tonight is talk about some of these land use and circulation scenarios, which are based on all the information we gathered in phase one. So our team, first of all, I know I've been here, I've met with you guys several times, and I'm, again, Jean Ward with Civic Solutions, and I'm the contract project manager for the city. And I'm going to let the rest of the team introduce ourselves. I know that most of you probably met them informally at the open house, but we'll just go around and have the team introduce themselves. So.
Hi everyone, I'm Peter Van Roel. I'm a principal at Sargent Town Planning, so I'm probably the one from our group that you've not yet met. It's my first of these meetings to be with you. But yeah, part of the planning team, excited to meet you all and excited to share some of the concepts with you all.
Dave Sargent, Sargent Town Planning, his partner, and we very much enjoyed having a chance to meet with a lot of you several times, including the open house where we got so much input, and we're excited to share with you some ideas that we have tonight.
I'm Juan Gomez-Novi. I'm the project manager for this project.
Yes, he is.
Nice to be here.
So, hi everybody, I'm Jason Pack. I'm a principal with Fair and Piers. We do traffic engineering, transportation planning. I oversee our Riverside office, so it takes me still 30 minutes to get around Norco Valley, but it's great to be here and see you all today.
Hey everyone, my name is Baldwin Nag. I'm part of the Fair and Piers team as a senior engineer, supporting Jason on the circulation element.
Thank you. And then we also, somebody who's stuck in traffic is David Bergman, and he's with the firm Lisa Weiss Consulting, and he is an economist who's on our team. So he's going to be presenting a few slides, and he'll be popping in shortly. So again, the purpose of tonight is we're going to be presenting some initial conceptual plans, diagrams, illustrations that will help you visualize the various land use and public realm scenarios that support the community priorities that we identified during the first phase of our work. A reminder, these are not development proposals. These are just showing you some concepts as to how a variety of elements or potential changes might happen in Norco in ways that still keep Norco looking and feeling like Norco. But none of these are actual development proposals before you tonight. And this study session is really the first step of engagement in this phase of our general plan update process, where we're sharing these ideas with you. So we're looking forward to this being a really conversational discussion tonight and getting your input. And after this study session, we're going to be meeting with the community on the scenarios during the month of April. And we're going to do that in two ways. First, we're going to have an open house in a similar format to what we did in the fall at the barn, and it'll be in person, and our whole team will be there again, and the community can come in person. And at the same time, either that week or the week after, we haven't determined the dates yet, we're also going to come up with an online platform for people to engage with short little video clips and a survey, so that we can try to capture more people that way as well. And the goal of engaging with all of you in the community at this point is to sort of converge the scenarios toward a preferred scenario or hybrid scenario that combines all the various components into sort of a preferred land use plan upon which we'll build the general plan document. And again, because we want this to be more of a discussion here with you tonight, we're not going to go through our entire presentation. We'll start off with a little bit of background, and then we're going to be breaking it up into kind of the key areas that we're going to be talking about in the city, and we'll take breaks after each key area and have some conversation with you, and then I'll pay attention to the time so that we can make sure we get through all parts of the presentation. So that's it. I'm going to turn it over to Dave Sargent to get us started.
Thank you, Jean. And yes, so these are illustrations to help people sort of imagine some of the possibilities that we think are responsive to what we've heard so far during our interviews with you and others, and then conversations with the open house. None of this is set in any way. These are really more questions than answers. We're saying, here's something that we think might work. What do you think? That's the tenor of what we're doing. And, so the forces of change are certainly to meet the ongoing fiscal and operational requirements of the city, to keep, the revenue flowing and city a manageable place that meets the city, meets the community's vision and needs. Certainly market and economic forces are bringing change. People are going to come in with proposals to develop a piece of property or change a piece of property or put in new businesses. So we're trying to get a sense of how that can best reinforce the nature of the community while also building the economy. As you know, there's changes in state policy and law that have to be responded to and shaped. So a lot of what we're doing is ways that we think that some types of development, housing in particular, that are probably going to show up, can be shaped in ways that look a lot like Norco. In some cases, maybe even more like Norco than some of the stuff that's already here.
Dave, and just make sure you're projecting that.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me okay? Or am I faint?
Speak up a little bit, guys.
Yes, ma'am. And then there's a variety of state and federal infrastructure initiatives that are both, there's a lot of funding sources for improvements to streets and other public facilities. And then, of course, community priorities are the driving force, really. And what we've heard so far is the basis for what we're going to be showing you. So the plan is, like I just said, it's a tool for managing, shaping, and leveraging the forces of change, economic investment, reinvestment in your community. So the main things we've taken away so far from our conversations with folks is, the first one is really the main one. Make sure Norco remains authentic and it stays Norco with a focus on large animal keeping, equestrian, and agricultural lifestyle is your signature characteristic, for sure. We've heard about establishing more of a downtown or a community center, a place that people come together as a community and can enjoy a lot more amenities in town than are currently readily available. Attract revenue-generating businesses and events to help support your lifestyle that you have become accustomed to. And to position Norco as a prime destination that more people will want to come and enjoy the lifestyle and community character that you have created. We think so. Most of what we're going to be showing you is things that we think can not change, but rather sort of intensify the community character, making Norco even more Norco-ish. Because there's a lot of slightly blank spots, and by that I don't mean we want to fill up all the open spaces, because clearly a lot of your community character is about the open spaces, but just making them more Norco. make sure that any new development complements your small town scale and character rather than getting some off-the-shelf boxes that people build in every other community. Improve the street and trail network so that it is safe and comfortable for equestrians, pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles, of course. Enhance and expand the parks and open spaces in ways that make them accessible to everybody, and promote youth-based agricultural programs to help ensure a steady stream of next generations of folks who value and will contribute to keeping Norco in order. So now we're going to show you some maps. So we're not going to talk about every detail, we're not going to talk about every little piece of town. We understand that a lot of town is really not expected to change much, except maybe, well, we'll talk about that in just a sec. So just little incremental improvements you all want to make to your neighborhoods, to your properties, etc. So along the river's edge, you've got a beautiful open space which needs to be, what we think the priority would be to preserve that as a green edge while providing equestrian and pedestrian and perhaps bicycle access along trails along the edge of town. You've got the hills on the other side, on the other edge of town, that likewise can be a green edge to your community. And then the yellow areas are really mostly the neighborhoods and some of the shopping centers where the main change that we are understanding, the change would be limited to owner-initiated improvements to your properties to make them more what you want to live with. Possibly some property maintenance standards to make sure that neighborhoods stay looking good, not to suddenly turn it into a different kind of a place, not to clean everything up, but rather just to keep it the way you want it, so that a few property owners can't sort of junk up the place. Clarification of the types of home businesses and small businesses that are allowed on residential properties. And also, we think an important aspect would be programmatically to seek to provide better support. And we'll talk about that again in a little bit. But provide more support for people who want to raise animals, produce agricultural products. Basically better support for the lifestyle that y'all have chosen. Then there's a couple of specific plans down at the bottom of Hamner, and those are anticipated to sunset or just be phased out because they've sort of served their purpose, and we think that the appropriate policies can be put into the general plan to shape any further development of the area down around the auto dealerships and some of the vacant properties, especially on the west side of Hamnerdale. Those specific plans have sort of served their purpose and probably aren't necessary anymore. Then what we're calling areas of moderate change, we think mainly along 6th and Hamner. Because along Hamner, there's a certain amount of vacant property, there's a certain amount of buildings that are not occupied. There's certainly opportunities for more valuable, active, revenue-producing uses along Hamner. And it's kind of an old highway, so it could look a little bit more like Norco. Right now, it's just sort of a thing that runs through the middle of your town. And we think that can be leveraged. And then 6th Street, there's a lot about 6th Street that needs to be kept the way it is. And there's also, we think, and we've heard, there's a desire for, and certainly opportunities for, more activity, basically, more fun per acre, which is a planning metric that, there's a lot of planning metrics like dwelling units per acre, floor area ratios, and vehicle miles traveled. We think fun per acre is maybe the most important one of all. So the idea is that it would be incremental development. Nobody's talking about some big renewal or redevelopment project, but if the plan can provide a vision for ways that a bunch of smaller projects or new businesses or individual improvements to the street could add up to a much more fun place over time. That's what we're looking for. We're going to show you some drawings. Areas of significant change. This was pointed out in the RFP that we responded to. We talked about it a bunch in the early going. And the more we look at it, the more we think it's important. that this North Hamner Gateway, so when you come across the new bridge into town from the north, you'd see immediately you're in Norco. And what we've learned from some fascinating conversations with Bill, right?
Bill,
The community historian. As soon as I visited the place, I instinctively thought what turns out to be true, which that was the town, well, you know this of course, Kevin, from all your work on history. That area, that was the town center. That was the town center that was originally established, and then Caltrans took most of it out, unnecessarily to some extent, in the process of building the freeway through here. So that is not only sort of the main entry to town from the north, it's also where your town center was, and we think can be again, so we're going to show you some illustrations. We think there's a big vacant property right next door here that could be a significant place rather than just a project. We're going to show you some illustrations of how that might happen. And then in the indefinite future, there's a pretty good chance. Hi, David. Have a chance to seat next to Baldwin. This is Mr. Bergman, our distinguished economist who got stuff. There's the Norconian, the prison site. At some point, rumor and various communications from the state has it that at some point that may stop being a prison, in which case we suggest that you have some ideas about what you'd like there instead of a prison so you don't get surprised and they suddenly sell it to somebody for something you just hate. So we thought it would be a good idea to put something in the general plan about, whenever the prison goes away, if the prison goes away, well, what kinds of stuff would make sense there? We have some suggestions. And then 6th Street is 6th Street's 2 miles long from the freeway to California, and that's right, isn't it?
That mile and a half.
Mile and a half. I knew that. Thank you. Oh, it's 2 miles all the way, but California's not a mile. Okay. Most successful main streets are around 1/4 of a mile long. Tops. So you've got like 6 Main Street deals end to end there. Well, you're not going to have 1.5 miles of uninterrupted wonderfulness, or at least, it's just not going to happen. So as part of this process, we can think about which stretches you might want to focus on encouraging some infill and possibly investing in some street improvements, or you could also be ready if somebody comes in with an idea about ways to really spiff up their property or do something wonderful. You might be ready to say, well, okay, then maybe that's where we have a center of funness within this longer stretch of 6th Street. So then the areas of owner-initiated change are certainly going to be a lot around the college, where they want to grow. They want some support with additional access there. And then there's the Wiley Labs property up in the hills, which is kind of a puzzlement in a lot of ways. But it's an important piece of property and an area to be studied. We're not going to talk about that much tonight. I mean, there's been a proposal for sort of a research office park up there. The drawings we've seen are lovely, but whether that would work and how the access would work seems kind of fraught. So that's probably a conversation for another time. Certainly, the city will want to continue to enhance the event center, and the Silver Lakes folks seem hot to trot with additional improvements there, and that seems to be producing pretty well commercially for the owner of that property. And certainly that is something that the north end of town can be positioned to derive economic benefit and visitorship and commercial value from. So, at a high level, the economic development opportunities. You want to take?
Sure.
You want to do these?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So, as part of this general plan update, our firm, Waive Consulting, was commissioned to produce an economic development strategic plan. That economic development strategic plan sort of served two functions as part of the general plan update process. The first was to provide background information on the economic conditions and demography and who lives, sort of the existing conditions for what's happening in Norco. And the other was to help to guide the land use element, which you're seeing here, in terms of what the quantities of different uses would be demanded for by the market. That being said, economic development has lots of different angles and components to it. And so we were always very cognizant of the importance of being able to accommodate land uses that improve the general fund revenues of the city of Norco. And those are principally transient occupancy tax, hotel tax, to a lesser degree, new investments in capital improvements, increase improvements in property tax. So those were always top of mind for us. And so the importance of finding ways to capture more resident retail spending that's leaking out of the community. This could be done by invigorating retail districts like a Main Street. Finding opportunities to leverage sectors of the economy where Norco has a comparative advantage, where something where it's more concentrated here in Norco than in the rest of the Inland Empire, or that there's some strategic advantage. And so we wanted to take a look at how the economy was structured and what opportunities would be available based on that. Let's go to the next slide here. So one of the things that we looked at was what are the largest industrial sectors in Norco. And again, this is not just done for the purposes of determining where people work or what work opportunities there are, but tying it back to the land use element is really important. One of the things that we noticed early on was that there exists a fair amount of spec industrial real estate, so industrial space that doesn't necessarily have a tenant in it, or may not have an immediate long-term tenant in there. And the community gets a lot of pressure for logistics and warehousing and transportation uses, and we wanted to help identify alternative uses to fill those spaces. So some of that was important to understand. Again, this question of comparative advantage, what are the leading economic sectors in Norco, and how does that compare to the rest of the Inland Empire and to Riverside County and to surrounding communities. And you see these are 5 important sectors that we identified, and they have implications for the land use element, particularly for retail trade and hotels, hospitality, and food service, which again has connections back to the land use element and opportunities to leverage some of the assets that Norco has, including the equestrian arena and Silver Lakes. So you go to the next slide, please. So this is kind of a complicated diagram, but I think it's really important and interesting to use. And again, tying back to the land use element, what this shows are industries that are either concentrated in Norco, and they're either growing, right? So the upper right-hand quadrant they're growing and they're concentrated in Norco. And say the lower left would be they're shrinking and they're not particularly concentrated in Norco. And so a couple of things really stand out there. One is construction, and that's an important economic activity. And we want to think about how a lot of that's atomized into small businesses, people who keep construction equipment and contracting equipment in residential zones and in other parts of the city. So it's something you want to be cognizant of when you're thinking about zoning and land use controls for outdoor storage, for example. So this is an important part of the local economy. Obviously, educational services between the school district and the community college are very important, but that kind of the pink-red, the salmon color, there again indicates that maybe we're on the right track with accommodation and food services, that this is a sector that can grow in Norco, that it's growing in the region and it's concentrated in the region. So that gives us some confidence in tying back to a land use strategy that begins to look at hospitality and retail sales as that they should be accommodated in the land use plan. Importantly, note again, because we heard a lot of community concern, we understand there's a lot of pressure for transportation and warehousing. While it is growing in the market area, it is not concentrated here in Norco, and I understand that that's an objective that the community wants to try and continue and should be reflected in general plan goals and objectives. So targeting at sort of 4 clusters, and again, understanding that this is not a study for the sake of a study, but again, to tie it back to the goals and objectives of driving growth in the city's general fund revenues, as well as making sense of the proposed uses in the land use plan. Again, building and construction, infrastructure-related uses, very important to the economy of Norco and represent an economic development opportunity. Retail sales and tourism. Again, a lot of the Norco is leaking out expenditures. What that means is Norco residents aren't able to find all of the goods and services that they would like to purchase within the community. They're having to go to neighboring communities. Agriculture and equestrian related businesses, obviously a very important part of the identity for the community and can help support that tourism and retail sales because of the city's identity, because of special events that take place. It's a small employer, but it is very heavily concentrated in Norco compared to the rest of Riverside County. And finally, looking to advance manufacturing uses as, and again related to the presence of the base and other kinds of uses. But this is really about finding alternatives for your existing industrial space, alternatives to warehouse and distribution, which again the community has expressed concerns about. So happy to answer any questions, but this is sort of what the strategy has been encapsulated in. Again, I can't stress that it's enough that the economic development strategy isn't something that just floats out there on its own. It back informs the land use strategy, and then also when the land use element, when the preferred land use alternative is identified, a fiscal analysis. Again, understanding what the implications are for the general fund revenues of the city of Norco is part of our next phase of work. Thank you.
With the intention that new investment, new growth, businesses, new development would not only not put a new burden on the city's fiscal circumstances, but would enhance your fiscal resources. So the new additions to the economy would be net positive on the fiscal side to help support all the infrastructure that you already have that you need to be able to keep up.
Quick question here. Which of these buckets would automobile sales fall under? Because I know during COVID, one of our major incomes that kept the city kind of going was car sales.
Pretty much retail, right?
Yeah, so that counts as a retail sale, and it's one of the main categories. If you look at the retail sales, it really is one of the main categories where actually Norco is not, it is a net sales tax importer. So you're bringing net dollars in for automobile sales and related. Now, of course, there's a cost to that, which is that that's your main street along Hamner where it's located, and there may be land use implications.
Well,
so balancing that's going to be very important.
Well, the big trick there is that there's only 3 lines of cars that can have dealerships here because of the industry's dealership spacing requirements. But no, I'm not saying that's forever, but I mean that's so far. So there's room for more car dealerships than there are dealerships that can be had.
Yes.
But on the other hand, yeah, sadly.
And I should point out that's an industry that's sort of in decline as well. So the long-term prospects for
There's going to be a lot more direct sales
Yeah.
probably over time.
that seems to be where the industry is heading.
But then
So
on the other hand, there's other kinds of vehicles that are being sold other places. You've got a bunch of vehicle sales on 6th, trailers and such. That anyway, just saying.
For number 2, retail and tourism, is that where accommodations would fall under?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, and so now we're going to show you. So that we've gone through the boring part. No, but then we just sort of laid the base, and we're gonna, but it's the facts, Jack. And so the good news is that what we've heard from the community is a desire for fun places to go, fun things to do, being able to shop more locally, being able to find more things that you need, more things that you want locally, and having a nice Main Street, town center, downtown kind of a place. The good news is that all of that is completely consistent with the economic drivers that Dave's been talking about in terms, because basically if you make 6th Street, Hamner, if you make your town a place where you just love to spend time and money, it's also going to be a place that other people like to come visit and spend their time and their money here too. So it's kind of a win-win-win. And so we're going to show you a bunch of sketches of ways that we think that could happen in some different spots. Now, just one more. So we're assuming that most of the neighborhoods aren't changing much at all. So we're only focusing our attention on a few spots in town where we've observed and we've heard there's opportunity for things to be improved by new investment as opposed to messed up by new investment. So the piece of the North Hamner Gateway we're defining as the old Hamner piece on the east side of Hamner Avenue and potentially the community center area across the street. So we'll blow that up for you. So there we are. So is this going to work? Maybe not. Okay. So you can, Oh, this isn't a green one. Doggone it. Okay. Anyway. So Hamner is the big street running north to south. The right-hand edge of the yellow area, of the yellow line, is the freeway. And then you can see the community center and the field to the left. So now we rotate it so that it fits better on the page. So if a purpose of this area, and so now 6th Street is coming down to the bottom and heading down off the bottom of the page there. So if this is seen as a place that could be welcoming to visitors who are coming in on Hamner from the north, it could include a center where people can gather and learn about Norco and experience Norco, and also help draw them across the 6th Street Bridge into 6th Street where they can experience more, which we'll talk about in a minute. So clearly, and this poignantly is the footprint of most of your historic town center that mostly went away.
All of it,
Yeah.
except for the freeways.
Well, right, where the freeway sort of peeled off the bottom edge of it. Yeah, right. And there used to be a cross street, Park Street, used to run perpendicular to Hamner, connecting the yellow area up into the area by the community center. So it used to basically be a little downtown, and it's kind of got shredded. So we're figuring, so we're looking for ways to put her back. So part of it would be reconnecting, and by just making the street something that's easier to cross. Oh, so you could have some old Norco town center kind of on both sides of Hamner right when you come in. So now 6th Street can also be the important middle of Norco, but instead of just having a sign out there that says, hey, trust us, it's really cool over here, you can just show it to them. You drive in and boom, you're in. And then a complete trail network that would come on over Detroit Street where there's already a horse bridge, and then would go connect to the new horse bridge that goes over to Silver Lakes on the new bridge. Okay, so this is just an ownership diagram. So this ownership's fragmented, but the city owns a bunch of this property, and single owners own a bunch of other chunks, which it makes it much more reasonable to think something coordinated could happen here than if there were like 7 or 8 different people that own the property. And we're not going to get into who should do what to make this wonderful. We're just going to show you some pictures. So right now, those arrows are showing you what it looks like. Old Hamner, you know, you got the park and ride lot on the one side, and you got the sort of badly remodeled, beautiful historic buildings on the left. So we've made a little drawing here that shows how Old Hamner could be, so the building, the historic buildings that are already there could be restored. And the upper illustration there shows how you could have a sidewalk that would run along in front of those buildings. Right now it's just sort of a road with a dirt shoulder. So you could have some nice, you could restore the facades of those historic buildings and have some nice sidewalks and be able to pull up and park. And you might be able to get a new building that would act sort of like a market. Now, there was a historic Norco
That
market.
looks very much like it.
Yes, sir.
That actually looks like it.
That was the
The old
idea.
Norco store.
Yeah, the old Norco store was very cool. And we have got a picture of that in a second. So
Wasn't
basically-
historic though, just ask Caltrans. It wasn't historic.
I know. Yeah, they cheated.
No.
No, not the state of California. No, not Caltrans. They wouldn't knock stuff down unnecessarily.
Took them 5 days to knock it down. It was all poured in place concrete. They couldn't knock it down.
Yeah, right. Well, so the idea is that that little road there could all of a sudden have like some porches, some sort of front porches on the buildings that are there, and a nice sidewalk, and you could have a street with some street parking. And then across the street, we show some little buildings that could be put there along the edge of the park and ride lot. So the park and ride lot could stay there mostly because, you know, all of this would need parking. So the parking lot that's already there could be the parking for this. But you could have some little kiosk sort of buildings on the other side of the street so that you're not just looking at the parking lot from these buildings. So the Eat Center guys are already there operating. And you could have some new buildings between them and the, is that VFW? The American?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a space there, so you could have a new building in between them there to sort of give you more of a continuous kind of a Main Street feel. And there could be parking behind these buildings over along Hamner, and you could keep the parking that's already in that lot. And then you could have these retail kiosks. These are actually based on some kiosks that we saw in a little downtown that one of our partners designed in outside Seattle. Pretty cool. And you can do business out of a little spot like that. And then across the street, it would be possible to, well, we're suggesting the possibility of relocating at some point the gym up beside the field up behind and having a more active commercial or civic building at that corner there so that it starts to feel connected to the east side of the street. And you could have a big green open space instead of that little road parking area there in front, where you could have events, farmers markets, community celebrations, etc. And that would could be something simple like a community park in front of your historic school building, and the idea that school building could be converted into a restaurant possibly, and the community center function could be moved to another building within this complex, and that front building could be a fine restaurant or a winery or some other attraction that would draw visitors to enjoy your little downtown place here. So,
Would it ever be possible, because I noticed you've left Clark Field on the other side and you left the community park on the other side. You coming to that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
no, I'm not trying to shush you.
The reason I'm saying is we've outgrown Clark Field with metal bats. Now they not, even the girls knock the ball into the middle of Hammer Avenue.
What do you mean, even the girl?
No.
I'm sorry. My
I
daughter.
hit a lot of home runs in that park, and you never got to the middle of Hammer Avenue.
No, absolutely. So this is, okay, sorry. So this is basically sort of, this is sort of a starter set of some things you could do to get going. But then if you wanted to get real serious, you could, to help really connect these, you could relocate Taft Street to where we put that red line, so that you have a simple, you could have a simple signalized intersection with really good crosswalks there. Because right now the two, Alhambra is offset from Taft, and you could just make it, and it used to be a simple intersection of Hamner and Park, so you could put her back that way, so it would be real easy to cross. And then there where the one popped up, you could develop basically a new shopping center sort of a deal with, well, a block, really, like a town center block with parking in the middle. And then you could have new buildings like that one in the upper left. When you turn left off of Hamner and come into this town center, you could be going past a building like that one in the upper left. And then within that complex, you could have, maybe a building like that one in the lower left, where you could have, shops, restaurants. You could have some civic functions like, ag and equestrian interpretive centers. Basically show off everything you got. Have this be the show place for everything about Norco, and a visitor center that would direct you to other attractions within town. And you can see where the ball field went away. We're suggesting you could have a hotel there. So we think it would be really cool if as you're coming in Hamner, as you're coming south on Hamner, if the first thing you saw, that L-shaped building with the swimming pool, if that was a boutique hotel of some kind, so that you could just stay there and enjoy all of that, and then you could get on a horse and ride across Detroit and come into the middle of the 6th Street environment. It could be a little 3-block downtown, not including. Yeah, so you could have a hotel. Well, that we put in a picture of the historic hotel from Paso Robles. And then you'd have the trails would be threaded through all this. So it'd be a little town center with horse trails coming right through it, and it'd be right there on Hamner. So you just see it bang as soon as you come into town. So everybody's first impression of Norco would be this little town center. And and by the way, just the Detroit Street Bridge is wider than you need for 2 cars to pass each other. So we're thinking you could just provide enough room for the cars to go, and you could get pedestrian and bicycle trail on one side and horses on the other. And that's with that's the bridge that's already there.
That was the plan.
Oh,
That's how it was supposed to be, and it was never completed.
well,
That was made extra wide specifically for horses, bicycles, and pedestrians.
you
So
see?
mainly a wide horse trail. It was
Okay.
supposed to be on the right side, and it was never finished.
Well, this would be a really good time to start doing that. And there's different variations of how you can do it. No, because it's red, not green. It won't show up on a, it'll show up, well, I have a green one, but
Keep going, because we gotta get through a lot.
yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I've got a green one in my bag. Maybe I'll get that in a minute. Sorry, and then at some point in time, if the people who own the property on the other side of Detroit were so inclined, there could be some additional there could be an additional block or piece of this town center that could include a commercial building, a little bit like the one on the upper left. Actually, I think that's from Pleasanton, where I think one of y'all had mentioned that you thought that was a nice example of a downtown. And then it could fade to some housing that fades to the housing that's already there. That'd only be if the people that own that property wanted to do something like that. But it could be a way to generate a bunch more value out of the existing property. So we're gonna take a break here.
Yeah, you're at the end of this one?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so basically we have like 4 more additional little segments to go through, which we'll go through a little bit faster.
Yes.
And, but we want to take a pause now to start to get some reactions to this concept design.
I have a question on the, all these different proposals for different buildings, facilities, all of that, not something that would try to put cost of construction on the developer.
Well, yeah.
What do you think the magnitude of cost is to put all this together compared to the magnitude of revenue?
Well, most of this presumes private investment or public-private partnerships where there is city-owned land. But, this will only make sense if the pro forma makes sense for the investor.
Well, it's mostly one and 2-story buildings, surface park.
Well, let's use, for example, like you said, let's move the gym, okay?
All right.
All right? Or demolish the gym, which we should have done, but
We're moving lipstick on a pig.
yeah, and construct a new one. Is there anything in your scope of work that says
No.
you're looking at a magnitude of cost?
Not yet. We could do some analysis like that, but, okay, so let me just give one interjection here on that. So, a lot of times when people do general plans, they don't look at anything in this much detail. They'll just show you pictures of a few nice buildings and say, would you like that someday? And people say, yeah, I like that kind of building. But because Norco is a pretty fine-grained place, there's not very many places in Norco where we're understanding that changing things would be welcomed if it could work. So we're showing things at a finer grain than would usually be discussed as part of a general plan. And a general plan is not usually, general plans rarely get down to figuring out if it's cost feasible to do that building or that building or that building. But so we're trying, so the tenor of this is that are these sorts of things that you would be interested in if they were proven to be generally feasible? That's really, we're not saying that we know that somebody would jump in and build this for you.
No, I'm trying to be a little broader with it. I certainly understand the general plan and the elements with that. It's just kind of that magnitude other than, here's some pretty pictures, would you like this? And I think, and I don't want to jump ahead to 6th Street, but I guess what I'm looking at is how will this be addressed in the circulation element? Because you show all of this feeding to 6th and Hamner, right?
Yes.
And then to support 6th and Hamner, where you have an intersection that's completely 2-block today, and it's going to be 2-block tomorrow.
Well, that's one reason we were focusing on
Right.
Detroit, because it's not overloaded.
Then you have all those folks that live there, so.
The other option would be just leave it like it is, which, yeah.
So David or Jason Pack's going to speak to some of the circulation topics, and we can get to 6 in a moment. I think one critical piece to mention on the point of the illustrations, and I think some of the subtlety is lost, but the reason that we show it incrementally is that the main goal of the Hamner Gateway and Town Center is how might you start to gain a critical mass of activity first. So that's why in the first illustrations we're focused on what can you do with Old Hamner now, and could you get some retail kiosks on there? Could you use and help activate the buildings that are already there? How can you generate activity there that can then start to generate an economy for private investment to start to happen there? And that might, attract a property owner to want to do one of the other, pursue one of the other opportunities, whether it's that or whether it's something else. And the purpose of showing potential change on the on the community center site is simply that's a large site that the city owns, and perhaps it could be performing better economically for the city. So this was sort of the first idea of what might we be able to do to make that site, that property, more revenue generating. Might that help pay for something like moving the gymnasium, moving the community center, and having uses on Hamner, like a winery, like a boutique hotel, things that might generate more revenue for the city and actually make some of these ideas more feasible.
This sort of thing can start building on itself and develop, it can snowball in a hurry, because if a few street improvements and fixing up the historic buildings that are there and putting in a couple new things could start to create activity and a buzz, if that becomes like the cool place to go, somebody's going to want then to invest in a building right next to it. And then somebody's going to want to invest in a building right next to that. Once it gets going, these things tend to go, because somebody will be looking around at all the vacant sites in Norco and East Vale and Corona and say, whoa, this is where the action is. And all of a sudden, people are going to say, well, that's where I'm going to park my money, because I know I'm going to get a return on it, because this place is coming up. So it's a bootstrap thing, but it tends to work. And what starts it is a vision that people say, yeah, that would be nice if we could pull it off. And then it's a bunch of work to figure out how to make it start happening, with maybe investing. We worked for a city years ago, took Lancaster, of all places, totally redesigned their main street. Their main street was a 5-lane road that had just been dead for decades. And we redesigned it completely for them. And they spent their last $12 million of redevelopment money building it completely new. And like within 5 years, they had like $120 million of private investment just come in, because people saw, whoa, this is happening. So anyway.
This is in line with something we've been trying to do for a long time.
Good.
What has blocked this is property owners. That's been a big bugaboo, and then, because we have talked about doing this for a very long time, it's pretty much exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
But what stopped us every time was free property owners in American Legion. They need to be relocated, they know that. And then the other thing I'm curious about is, how is this different from San Dimas, which their really most beautiful downtown has collapsed, and Temecula, the old town? How do you make it so that you don't fall into that trap of, a once vibrant sort of stretch? And by the way, you've encouraged me, because it's only a quarter of a mile. I never realized that. But how do you navigate buying the property and trying to do something that grows? Because it's right at the mouth of Silver Lakes, and Silver Lakes actually recovers from the pandemic and some of the things happening. They actually, 2018, had more visitors than the wine country in Temecula and the surrounding area. That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people. All you got to give them is a perch. You've got to make a place they want to stick around for the weekend.
Anybody else have questions? Planning directors, you're too quiet.
Well, there's, just to quickly answer your question, I think there's another level of, there's additional levels of strategy. So if this looks like something that is worth some effort, then that's going to require some additional analysis.
We'll put her on it.
Well, yeah, and I think Dave is suggesting, like, as a first phase, we've been looking at that property holistically. This team's suggesting we need to look at Old Hamner Road as a starting point.
Yes.
And we control that and own that now. So that's kind of a new look at it that I don't think we considered, that have a lot of, I think, interesting merit.
So I really like the idea of a gateway district to kind of rebrand essentially as you're coming across the bridge, to actually have an identity of the city.
Right now, it kind of looks like nothing.
And I guess the kind of double-edged sword is that the city does control a lot of the property in that highlighted area. So we do have some say in what we do there, but then the flip side of that is that we got to come up with the money to do that if we end up doing it. I think the bigger issue really for me is kind of the traffic, because Hamner is a main thoroughfare.
Of course.
So the idea of trying to connect to the other side is very attractive, but I'm not sure how feasible it is, both from a practical perspective of how we bridge that, as well as have the resistance from towns to the north and south of us.
Well, I have a short answer for the towns to the north and south, but I shouldn't say it in a public meeting. So here's the thing. America has, in general, in California in particular, and maybe Southern California even in more particular, has become addicted to being able to drive everywhere fast without ever noticing your brakes. And so the question is, this is your street. So is the highest and best use of your street saving somebody from Rancho 20 seconds a day on their commute to Orange County? I mean, is that how you want to invest your street? And it needs to serve more than, it's not only just there to serve, itchy commuters. I mean, and there is the freeway right next to it, and I understand they get off the freeway and get directed through here by Google or Waze or whatever. But some part of that answer is just deal with it. Yes, sir.
I've lived here so long, I've been to 2 of these before. Biggest thing is driving, parking, driving. That small area, which is not really big, it's a small area, where's these cars all parking at that you're going to drive all these people here? You're really limited where they can park. You're not going to be wanting to park in front of people's houses down in Detroit.
No.
Walk up.
Just a sec, I'll show you.
So where are you going to park at?
Should I?
You got the freeway right next to it.
Park and ride.
Just I'm going to invest a minute and
So
get.
you're going to walk all the way across.
Well, yeah, they'll probably move that.
Oh, no, I don't have
The biggest thing was the amount of cars coming up that Hamlet. It's going to be bumper to bumper, even worse, with people putting that street going across with another signal there right now. I know some of it's under construction, not really under construction, but that part of it. But parking and driving is the hardest thing in Norco. The time they tried to figure out 6th Street, all the cars coming out of La Sierra coming down to get through, that's why developing 6th Street was such a disaster, because there's no way other than heading everybody out of La Sierra, coming this way, would have to go through all the residential houses, and right now there's
We're
disaster for
coming
people
to some slides on that.
coming from California, out of California.
And we know.
Yeah.
That's what the next section of this is about.
Yeah, I think this is actually a
But-
good segue into
You
the
know,
next section, and then we're going to talk about all those questions.
Yeah, so just a couple things. So
Yes.
we did do a market study on this area.
Yes.
And I really like your approach from starting with what we have, because that's not what we got with our market study, and it was a lot more cookie cutter in terms
Right.
of like a typical shopping center that you would see, and we should bring in some, what do they call the new dining, the fast dining, or, this, that,
Fast
whatever.
casual.
Yeah, and
Right,
thank you. And we'll
I
just
mean-
throw in like maybe some grass, and hopefully people will stop and hang out. And then just to the traffic point, like, nice things have a price. And so in California, any downtown or cute area that you go to, there's gonna be some traffic, and there's gonna be some issue with finding parking. But if we
Yeah.
want something really unique
Thank you.
that fits, it's gonna have a price, right? And I agree with that point of like, is the point of Hammer so that people can cut through Norco, or is the point of, to get people here so that they stop and spend some money? One of our strategic, goals is to be a destination city. If we are a destination city, we're going to have more cars coming in, and that will slow things down for some people, but
Well, I just came through Temecula, Old Town, and I'll tell you what, it's even worse disaster of you had to go that way. It was slow.
Well,
we have
that's
a
nice.
long main road though.
Not really, not
This is
really.
walkable to 3 hotels. I mean, right now, there's 3 hotels
Yeah.
sitting
Yeah.
a mile away.
I know. Right.
Traffic has always been the downside of a lot of the things putting in here. We've tried it many more times. I personally felt that, I know you can't take it from, but to go from going north off that area is take it all the way to the river bottom and put a nice hotel in the end overlooking like they did at, over on the other side of the soccer field, which is packed all the time. It would be beautiful, but you'd have to eliminate the houses on that area, which most of them are all old houses.
Yes.
And it'd give you more land use, parking use, and everything, which
That'd be
would drive
beautiful.
further down. And cost, yeah, but I think what would be more rewarding of more of old type buildings and a longer stretch all the way to the river edge.
I
Like I
agree.
said, put a nice hotel looking like them,
That's a beautiful bluff. And just adding on what you said, Catherine, that we've done a lot of downtown plans, including I was the one that talked the city council of Ventura into doing a downtown plan in 1991. And 20 years later, it was an overnight success. And the short version of a downtown is if a downtown isn't congested, it's a dead downtown. That, if there's plenty, most to Hamner, you could just cruise, people do. People drive through fast, that's great. But in places where there's a concentration of activity and fun, cars just slow down. And there's a little congestion, because there's no such thing as a successful downtown where you can just cruise through at 40 miles an hour.
Well,
that would be a dead thing.
Back when the soccer fields were gonna go in, the biggest concern was everybody's gonna say, don't get off of 6th Street, go down to Limonite, because that's gonna be so crowded going through there to get to the soccer field, so they're not gonna wanna come down there. That was a big issue.
Okay.
It's crowded laminate.
Oh, it's terrible.
I mean, traffic side, which is
It's
not
a
gonna
lot
get
bigger
any
street,
better.
that's a lot bigger street than we have.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
A lot bigger
it's
street.
big, but
worse.
I think it was the start date,
Okay.
some of the congestion.
Okay, we'll go to free cash.
Questions?
Well, and by the way, Limonite's not the worst thing in the world. There's Van Buren.
Yeah.
It's McKinley right now.
I did want to say real quickly, there's a really good example in La Cañada. There's a town center along Foothill, which is 2 lanes each direction. And they've got the parking's on site, and it's got a bunch of restaurants, stores, even a Target in this case. And there isn't a lot of backup on Foothill, and traffic gets in fine, and there's plenty of parking. And it would be, this actually I think would be smaller than that. And that part of La Cañada is actually more congested, or not congested, it's the wrong word. There's more business and activity there than currently here, so anyway.
So let's jump to 6th Street. So let's just jump right into the belly of the beast on the traffic side. So just FYI, the town center for Norco was the area we were just talking about. 6th Street was just another street with houses on it. And at some point, it was decided to zone it commercial and make it wider. That's all the thought that's ever gone into 6th Street in terms of it being your downtown.
Well, there was a 6th Street revitalization.
I know that.
I've been trying to get hold of that. It's like, oh,
Townport
like,
Council
where
had
is
it.
It's a decent plan.
It is.
That an old friend of mine.
The hay trucks couldn't turn.
What can I tell you? So,
They had an island in the middle one time, came back with it.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, they had it down 6th Street, they had an island in the middle, all the way down.
Well,
They had parallel parking slanted. It's just, it was just so too small to, the amount of traffic, because that is a thoroughway coming out of.
Okay, yeah, right. This is complicated, so, I'm sorry?
Let's get to Jason.
Yeah, okay. So it's just another street that happened to get wider and rezoned commercial. So all of a sudden you started getting strip centers and trailer sales and stuff. So we understand that the important thing is to preserve what's good about it and add things that are missing. And there's, of course, a lot of local businesses that people like, value, are important, should be helped and supported, not messed with. Calming traffic is slowing the speeds down is something that can be done independently of reducing the number of cars that can go through in an hour. Jason will talk about that in a second. But design intervention, what we've heard most people concerned about is the speeds. And in most cases where you're trying to have successful businesses, traffic speed is the main enemy of that. Considering some landscape medians, not continuous because you need to turn left. We're going to show you some ideas about that. Now here's the thing. The volume, how many ADT? 20?
On 6th Street?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's around 20.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's about 20,000 cars a day on 6th Street. Okay, now people talk about that as cut-through traffic. Okay, around 10, according to some analysis that Jason's done, 15 or 20% of that traffic is in fact traffic that is originating a trip in some other town and ending that trip in another town. In other words, it's cutting through. The other 80 or 85% are people that are either starting the trip in Norco or ending the trip in Norco. And by the way, there are downtowns all over the country that would kill to have that many car trips coming down their main street. Most downtowns that are most places where there are downtown buildings, they used to have a live downtown, but the highway bypassed it, and the economy and now it's just a dead thing because it doesn't have traffic. Well, guess what? You already have the traffic of a successful downtown. You just don't have the buildings and the businesses yet.
That's what killed Old Hammer. What happened was Old Hammer used to be the main road.
I know.
And in 42,
They
they bypassed it.
And then the freeway bypassed it again. The same thing happened. One of the most beautiful downtowns in California is Santa Paula. And Main Street died when Harvard was the bypass. And then the freeway bypassed it again. Same thing in Ventura. Main Street was the only way to get from Los Angeles to San Francisco. Then they bypassed it with Thompson, then they bypassed it with the freeway again, and we had to spend 30 years perking it back up. But so my point is simply, you've got the traffic. So if you can turn cut-through traffic into customers, you might have something. So, the current traffic volumes are consistent with successful businesses if they're not driving so fast. Anyway, Jason. Oh, I'm sorry. He'll talk about that. So if you can make it more comfortable for pedestrians and bicycles as well as horses. And make some unique place, make some spots along there where you have this activity within that long section. Make some little hopping centers of cool stuff. Consider adjusting to the zoning to prefer uses that promote that kind of an environment. Maybe phase out some uses that aren't really contributing to that. And provide enough. Another important thing is if this was a destination that people would just rush in and build you beautiful, fun retail, they've had decades to do that. And in the current economy, it's likely that on some of these large parcels, in order to get the sort of fun restaurant retail activity, usually this kind of experience retail comes with some housing. So it's usually, in order to make a project feasible to put fun retail on the street, there's going to be some housing upstairs or behind to support it financially, as malls all over the country are dying, shopping malls. What's going back in is not all retail. What's going in is a bunch of fun, high-quality retail and housing that helps the developer, helps make the development of the high-quality experience retail and restaurants feasible, and provide some built-in customers. Anyway, that's it. So I'm doing this first, and then Jason, right? Okay.
Similar to the one they have.
There we go. So we've made these illustrations, so this is the existing condition, except you might have what we call medianettes. Basically, you could add some medians that would start to make it look nicer, and it would, to some extent, it wouldn't let people turn left everywhere, but you'd have gaps in them where you needed to be able to turn left in. So it wouldn't be one that just kills everything by not allowing any left turns. They'd be here and there.
Slows people down too.
And it slows the cars down.
How does that slow cars down?
It just does.
Well, we've had other calming areas in the city and going out of the city, and it didn't seem to slow cars down at all. Literally, they're supposed to be, remember all the calming areas we had? None of it worked.
I think we need to invest in cutouts of police with.
I think that'd be it, because whatever the calming was did not work.
Well, we're also suggesting that right now the lanes here are like 4 feet wider than the lanes on the freeway.
And that's good. You get on the 91 where they narrowed those lanes down there, where you drive up beside one of them semis there, you can feel the breath off of that paint coming off the car.
Well, if you're going 65, which we hope nobody is here.
They do.
Well, if the lanes are narrow, people don't drive so
Oh, yeah? Go down there and set from California to that light down there on Viceroy, whatever that is, where that lane gets narrow.
Okay. Well,
It really narrows down there, and the idiots don't slow down enough. They took the front wheels off a lot of pickup trucks hitting that divider, and they weren't drunk when they did it.
Well, okay, so one idea would be to add some trees, at least make it look a little bit more like something that isn't a highway. And then you could have left turn lanes where you need them. And if the lanes got narrowed a little bit, you'd have room to, with existing curb to curb width, you'd have room to have some parking on one side at least in front of some businesses, if not on both. And then behind the horse trail, you could have, if you get new buildings in there with shops or restaurants, you could have a little sidewalk behind the horse trail, so people wouldn't have to walk in the dirt to get into the front of the building. They wouldn't have to walk in the dirt or walk through a parking lot. Here's another possibility where you could move the curve in some segments in front of a business to get some parking on the street, and you could have some parking on the other side. You could have the same left turn lanes, the same median nets. One thing we thought of, you could consider, in order to make this a place that people would like park their car and walk around some, consider leaving the dirt horse trail on one side and putting in a paved trail on the other side so that people could walk or ride their bikes on the other side. And we understand that horses are a big damn deal. We get it completely. However, if this is a place that people are, the key characteristic of a successful downtown, it's a place that people come, park one time, walk around and go to dinner, buy stuff, go to a movie, meet your friends, walk around. That's the kind of place that gets people to come back over and over and spend a bunch of money. And so we think probably it's also the kind of place that you're going to park your horse one time and walk around. And because I don't pretend to understand the patterns, but I don't think most people would like shop, store to store to store on horseback.
Probably.
My guess is that they would, come in on their horse and tie their horse up for a little bit and walk around. And so having a place to walk that wasn't just the dirt horse trail.
It's mainly food and drink.
I'm sorry?
It's mainly food and drink.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. That's what downtowns increasingly are, because, shoe stores, not so much. People go to DSW or Zappos.
I think the biggest thing that's happened in Norco a lot, and people from other cities come out just to see, is when they see a horse going through, they
Yes.
walk drive-through to get their food, or parked in front of the liquor science
No, we
salon,
agree.
and so you have to have room for that.
Yeah, of
I
course.
mean, they look at that more than I think they would say shopping, but they see, well, the
Well,
country living and having your horse and be able to do that kind of stuff.
okay, well, I mean, if that, well, so, I mean, if it's working now, we're not, you know, we're showing these things based on the theory that people wanted, you know, more fun stuff. But if the way it is right now, it's meeting everybody's needs, then,
No, you said something really interesting. There's
oh, good,
the stuff.
finally,
All right, semi-interesting.
okay.
Thank you. There's actually a couple of spots in Norco where a really good job has been done. When you look at the boot barn, the
Yeah.
four corners,
Yes,
that's actually a place that has been envisioned. When you go up by, across the street, right now there's a dog training thing in there, but there's the old Pat's Kitchen, that area, when you look at that. And so I think maybe one of the things we have to think about is, I'd be very intrigued with the idea that you create something small and it grows, and I don't know how to grow it. Part of the problem is, we've been down this road, you get 3 properties, you need to do a development. Everybody's on board, except one guy says, I want 50 times as much. The other thing that's a very serious issue in Norco, and most people don't remember that the 6th Street revitalization plan, all of the medians were taken out, but they couldn't overcome the idea that everybody thought they were still there. It sounds funny, but without feed stores in Norco, we're toast. Because what will happen is Chino and all those or if they would have them then, they will then charge us, gee, they could charge $30 a bale. Oh, it's already $30 a bale. So, but the point is, that was the whole thing, that the hay trucks would have to be able to maneuver.
Yeah.
But I think that, I'm very intrigued with the idea, how do we grow, because Steve King, for all of his faults, actually did a very good job in Alma, creating a architecture that you can see pockets of it on Hamner and on 6th. How do we grow that?
Well, that's updating our zoning, right? I mean,
Yes.
because right now our zoning, like, what are the things that keep getting approved on 6th Street? They're not things that are a walkable downtown, because our zoning is set to allow those uses, right? And it's not requiring people to put in conditions that would start to make this happen.
boom. And what,
Did that happen? I didn't hear it all.
I said, our zoning, right? Like, you look at the projects that we've been approving, none of them have been like a window store, right? Like a glass, that's not building this walkable downtown. And so our zoning is allowing things that are not in line with this vision. And we don't impose conditions on those things that are getting built or coming in that create this environment.
correct. Yeah, downtowns are pretty simple in their form. You have a building that's up pretty close to the street, and it's got big windows and a nice front on it. And the zoning can just absolutely say that's what to do. And in fact, your 1999 plan shows that. Lloyd drew that clearly. And anyway, so a lot of what you need is in there, and so there's adjustments you can make to the way the street works that will, because even if there's buildings up closer to the street and some large trees, in general, people drive slower than they do out on something that looks like a highway. And Jason will talk about that in a second. And then there's one more version here, which is pushing it, but what the hell? It's possible that you could go to one travel lane in each direction. Because the 20,000 cars a day is, and Jason will talk about this next, that's on there are streets, there are 3-lane streets, one travel lane each way and a left turn lane, that have that much traffic that work okay in some places, and other places they don't. But it's not out of the question. And Jason will talk about that in a sec. So if you did that, you could have the medianette. Oh, excuse me. In this case, we're saying you might not have any median in the center, and you might have these little tree planters in a parking lane that is between a bike lane. So you could run a bike lane, or a bike and personal electric vehicle lane along the curb, or you could drive bikes and golf carts along the curb, and then you'd have parking out from that. You could have some tree planters there, and then you'd have a travel lane one way, you'd have a left turn lane, and then the travel lane the other way. And if one of the peak times of traffic is when you're having an event at Ingalls, and if you had 3 lanes, and the center one was almost always the left turn lane, when you had events, you could put cones out there so that you could have 2 lanes going into Ingalls before an event, and then while the event's in progress, they could move the cones over. It's a contraflow lane. So you could have 2 lanes in at the beginning of the event, and then boom, you could have 2 lanes out at the end of the event. And then the rest of the time, that really would slow the traffic down. Now that would probably cause some people to find another route, and Jason's going to talk about that in a second.
They did that a few years ago between California and Ingalls on that little strip of 6th Street. They put 2 lanes going in and then 2 lanes coming out. I don't know if they still do that, Chad?
Yeah, still do.
Oh, well, hell, so we invented something that you already had. Sorry about that.
I figured you stole the idea.
No, no, just, some great minds think alike, and every once in a while, so do ours.
Yeah, we're way behind on time, so get to Jason's.
Okay, so anyway, there you go. So now Jason's going to say a few wise words about traffic.
All right, so first and foremost, there's going to be a couple topics we're going to have to talk about as we get through the general plan. So the first one is a terminology that we call complete streets. So one of the reasons we talk about complete streets is, first and foremost, nobody wants an incomplete street. But the way the terminology was developed is that all streets should provide access to all users of all ages and all abilities. And by the way, this is codified in state law, they're requiring us to talk about this in our circulation elements. But what I found as I go through and I work with towns, cities on their circulation elements, if you try and provide a street that is easy to drive on as fast as I want, is great for pedestrians, is super safe for my 15-year-old daughter to bike down, is great to ride horses on, and is great for transit, provides great transit accessibility, you end up with like this 500-foot road that doesn't do any of it well. And it creates a really bad place. So as we go through this conversation and we start talking about streets, it's important to talk about what I like to call mode prioritization. So who's there and which mode do you want to prioritize? So as we start going through this conversation, think about 6th Street. If you want to spend time on 6th Street, what modes are the priority modes on 6th Street? And for me right now, as I observe it, equestrian should be a priority mode. And if you want successful downtown businesses, it's bikes and pets. Those are your modes that you want to prioritize, which means there's going to be other modes. And it's not that you're not accommodating them, you're just not prioritizing them. So as we go through that, this topic's going to come up. So I just wanted to clarify that, or at least introduce that topic, because it'll be discussed in your general plan. Next slide.
And by the way, those pictures on the right, all of a sudden, are the street we
designed in Lancaster,
that brought in $100 million of private investment.
Yeah,
we're not suggesting that here.
See, another topic that we're going to get into is safety. So this is a slide. There's also state legislation that requires us to, when we do a general plan update, we need to look at safety and try and improve safety of our streets, right? So I've got a couple graphs up here. The one on the right talks about what we call safe systems approach, which is basically a federal guidance document that tells us how we should approach safety on our streets. But I think the picture on the left is really, really important to think about. So if you're looking to prioritize pedestrians, like in a downtown, if you have a pedestrian that collides, or a vehicle that collides with a pedestrian doing 20 miles per hour, 9 out of 10 times that pedestrian survives. If that car is going 30 miles per hour,
without any permanent damage.
Correct. If that vehicle is doing 30 miles an hour, so just 10 miles per hour more, the fatality rate quadruples. And if that vehicle is doing 40 miles an hour, it's now 8-fold chance that that person will die in that collision. So again, think about that modal priority as we go through this conversation. Also, let's think about safety of those people that you may or may not want to prioritize in this area. Next slide.
And with safety goes comfort. So if there's at those speeds, people will will intuitively perceive that it's not safe and they just won't come back.
So I've got some information on here that I did want to talk about specifically related to safety. So this graphic on the left, it's a little busy, so I'm going to have to explain it. But the inner circle, this represents all the collisions that we looked at in the city. And if you look at 6th Street versus the rest of the city, you've got roughly almost 500 total collisions in the city over the period that we looked at. Of those 500 collisions, over 100 of them occurred on 6th Street. So 6th Street is accounting for 20% of the total collisions in your city. So just let that sit in. When we look at the cause, which is the outer ring, and we're looking at that primary cause of the collision, the number one cause, unsafe speed. So people are driving fast on 6th Street at an unsafe speed. There's actually two tied where we had 13 total collisions for each. One of them is DUI. Not a lot we can do with that except with enforcement and education. The other one is improper turning. So this is people maybe turning from the two-way left turn lane or turning out of a driveway when they weren't yielding the right of way. So again, as we start thinking about the 6th Street and everything we heard about it downtown, so when I'm approaching this, high collision on 6th Street, it's high collision frequency. If we want to prioritize peds, we should slow down speeds, make it safer. And right now, 6th Street's not doing those particularly well the way it's currently designed. Actually, go back real quick. The other thing I want to highlight, and this is the graph on the right, this is federal research or national research that's out there that looks at the effect of lane width on travel speeds. So I don't want to get too deep into this, but based on the national surveys, everything else being equal, when we narrow a travel lane, the speeds go down. So as we start looking at some of these solutions, narrower travel lanes improves that. It also shortens up the time that pedestrian is exposed to the vehicle, which improves safety for the pedestrian
And
as
just,
well.
by the way, I mentioned earlier about the lane width. So this shows streets, lanes that vary from 9 feet 10 inches to 13 feet 11 inches. Your lanes out there are more than 13 feet 11 inches wide. Your lanes are off the chart.
Horse trailers.
Literally.
Well, but horse trailers aren't 14
So-
feet wide.
You ever seen some people drive horse trailers? Ask Berwin. Ask Danny.
Actually, go back. Let's talk about that. So one thing to also keep in mind, so I have a Class A RV. So my RV, which matches a bus, from the edge of the mirror to the edge of the mirror, that's 10.5 feet wide. Edge of mirror to edge of mirror of a bus or my Class A RV, right? So if you think about that driving in a 10 or 11 foot lane, like by and large your vehicle, by the time you include the striping, it's tight and it feels tight. I drive really slow when I'm on those lanes in my RV, but it's sufficient to accommodate that. So when you get wider than that and then you put a passenger car in it, it just gives them a lot more freedom to maneuver and it's just comfortably easier to drive fast.
And the lane lines are not walls.
Correct.
If you go 6 inches in and out over a white line, you're not hitting stuff.
So let's go
I
to the
have a
next
question
slide.
for you. If it's a truck route, let's say California or 6th Street, if it's a truck route and you reduce the speed limit, which I'd like to see go from 35 to 25, is there a loss of funding?
No.
Or is there any funding involved?
Not for
Like
speed
state
limits,
funding
not
or
that I'm
anything?
aware of. So, I mean, if it is a designated truck route, there is funds that come in to help for maintenance, and I have to defer to city engineer exactly how that works, but there is nothing that I'm aware of that if you reduce the speed, you'll reduce funding.
Okay.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I could see going slower, you would go slower, but it's already obvious already for years. Because the speed limit used to be bigger, faster on all the streets. They lowered it back down. Is all the traffic, and then I think everybody can agree, 7th Street is a thoroughway and they're going fast. Eliminate going through that slow spot. So that's not good for the neighbors over there, I have to say. It's been a predicament. Same as the next street over. They avoid 6th Street, they take parallel streets, and they're going through stop signs. I've been there up early in the morning, 4:30, guy just goes right through the stop signs.
Yeah. And we'll get into some of
Because
that.
the speed limit is slower down 6th Street.
Yeah, it's not just focusing on 6th Street. There are other things, so I've got some information on that. Some thoughts.
This is an important one.
Yeah, so this is an important slide because remember when I talked about those improper turning movements causing collisions on 6th Street?
Then next thing what you're gonna do is you're gonna eliminate the hay stores like was brought up, because they almost have to back in, take the both lanes, stop traffic to even get their hay into their facilities that drop the hay. I did, in fact, it's funny because we're talking about it, because I had to stop and wait for a hay truck to do that. Everybody's backed up waiting for it to get back into where it was being delivered.
Yeah, so, get back to this. I'm going to try to get through my slides real quick.
Well, I'm just saying the cause you were saying about speed, the lower the speed, you're driving all the traffic to go on other roads.
Yeah,
We
there's
got
some speed is
another slide about that.
Yeah, we've got other slides that'll talk about that. So the other component that we saw when we looked at these collision data was what we call access management. So I'm going to focus on the figure on the bottom right because I think that's pretty indicative of what 6th Street is today. So all those little X's, those identify a conflict point where a collision could occur. So if you have your two-way left turn lane and it's turning into a driveway, we have potential conflict points with vehicles coming out, vehicles going through on the street, we have potential conflicts with bikes, potential conflicts with equestrians or pedestrians that are crossing the way. So when you have multiple driveways and we have free access from the two-way left turn lane, those are a lot of conflict points, and the more conflict points we have, the less safe the street tends to be. And I don't say it encourages collisions, but we have a lot more collisions in that situation. So the picture above that is what we call access management, where we start looking at strategies to look for ways where we can combine driveways into a single point of access. If we can get that done, that reduces the number of conflict points. The medianettes that Dave talked about at some locations can also reduce those number of conflict points. So this is something that I wanted to include because I like the pictures on the right. It really starts telling the story from a safety lens, if you will, as to why some of those medianettes are being incorporated. Next slide, Dave.
And speed connects right into this because if you're making a left turn out of a driveway into the street, if the traffic's coming through at 45 miles an hour, you've got very little time to decide to go and then get out there without getting T-boned. If the cars are coming at 25 miles an hour, you've got a lot more time to do that movement safely.
Well, we have that in town right now with the new market that we have right there. And I'll tell you, they come around that corner, like I said before, because it was back when we were deciding where to put the driveways through to enter. And I'll tell you, I was there the other day, and you have to go fast. They come around that corner, and to get going, only right.
And that drives shoppers away.
You know.
That's economically terrible. Because people just decide, well, I'm not going to shop there. I'll go somewhere else.
So I think Dave threw this out with this what the heck comment about narrowing it from 2 lanes each direction to 1 lane each direction. So typically when we look at this and the guidance that we've had, it does identify about 20,000 as that max threshold where you should consider this. When we look at traffic volumes on 6th Street, I'll say the block that's closest to Hamner exceeds 20,000, so we're not talking about kind of that first block, if you will. But when you get past that, this may be something that might be of interest or could be considered based on the volume of traffic that we see there. And just something I wanted to hit on. Next slide.
Thank you, Jason.
The other thing we've looked at, and this gets, I will apologize in advance, this is a little 1984 Big Brother-ish, but right now there is data available, so anybody that has an in-vehicle GPS system, where your data is basically tracked where your car goes, and then there are firms that take that data, aggregate it up, so we're not violating privacy problems, so that they're not violating privacy issues. And then they make that data accessible for us as transportation planners. So we pulled some of this data, and it's a little wonky. It's trips to and trips from, but this is the segment of 6th Street. So on the left, this is the AM. You can see the people that are going to that segment from both directions, where they're coming from, passing through that little thin segment, I'll call it west of California, or maybe a block west of California. And what you can see is people that are using 6th Street are coming from pretty far. And when I start looking at this data and aggregating it, and Dave already referenced it, my best guess from the data that I see is about 20% of the vehicles on this segment of 6th Street are pass-through. They're not going to and from Norco. They're coming from La Sierra, Riverside, going to Eastville, Corona. They're going somewhere else, and they're using 6th Street, California, and others as a bypass route. That's what I'm seeing from this data set. So I don't want to get too into the details on this. It's kind of technically wonky, but I think it does pictorially kind of show you the regional people that are using 6th Street today.
But if we start to spiff 6th Street up and make it an irresistible place to shop, those are customers, or at least they're potential customers.
That's 20% of the 20,000?
That is correct. So about 4,000 people a day. 4,000 vehicles, I shouldn't say people, it's 4,000 vehicles a day. So, so one of the things is to start thinking about if you do want to slow it, make it better for equestrians, people, create a downtown, make it more vibrant. There is potential that when you do all that, that traffic gets displaced elsewhere. So one of the things that we are concerned about is trying to manage that, and what you can see, we identified 7th Street, some of these other routes that we think people would cut through. So this is our way of saying if this is something that this group is interested in exploring and continuing to look at different opportunities for 6th Street, we can't look at 6th Street alone because it's going to screw the other streets that we have shown here. So there are ways that we can do that. If you go to the next slide, this is what we call traffic calming. So there's a variety of measures that we can do that either control the volume, or we can put diverters in and force people to go different directions, or we can do things that slow trips. And I think that's on the next slide. But these are just some different ways, either by making the road narrower, decreasing your view to make it a little more uncomfortable to drive fast. The diverters force you to go out of direction. Some of those are in downtown Riverside. If you try and go past the convention center, they have diverters on some of those streets, so you can't cut through those neighborhoods. Next slide, maybe. And other types of extensions, we've got some narrowing of roads, you can change it to one-way each direction. So there's a whole host of things we can do. I'm not saying these are what we should do in Norco today. What I'm saying is these are all things that are in our toolbox that we should consider if we do want to look at any potential changes to 6th Street.
And if any of these, well, two things quickly. We've heard that there's already places that people speak, so maybe some of this might be in order, just something worth considering in any case. And also, we're showing examples from other cities, but if you were going to do this, there'd be ways to make it look more Norco-ish. Those, instead of all that greenery there, that could be river cobbles.
Dirt.
That could be. Thank you so much. Yes, there is dirt. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go quickly through here. So then the idea of a 6th Street gateway. So the first idea was just 6th Street overall. But then if you're looking at ways of making certain places, so clearly one of the big picture things would be to just widen the 6th Street bridge, just improve the capacity there. We understand it's a mess, and that's a very expensive thing that would require a lot of Caltrans money. And so that would be one long-term thing to do. So right now, when you come into 6th Street Gateway, the upper left picture, it's just a wide street with some shopping centers, except that you've got the beautiful horse trails and the big trees. But mostly, it's just an extra wide street with some shopping centers. And so in this entry here, we're suggesting that it'd be possible, for instance, to develop a signature sort of a public market, like a place where all the best produce and food products of Norco could be highlighted and sold, as sort of a similar to the North Hamner, sort of a welcome to Norco kind of a thing. It'd be right next to, just up the street there is where the Eat guys have their farm. So you could be growing produce in the back there and then selling it out here in a market. You could have, on some of the vacant parcels, you could have small scale buildings added in with retail and restaurants in them. You could perhaps either improve or adaptively reuse the church building, if they were ever looking for another location. And then when it comes to some of the existing strip centers, there's ways to essentially doll up the fronts of old strip centers. You can add outdoor dining in a few of the parking spaces right in front of some of the stores. You could turn like 2 or 3 parking spaces into some outdoor dining. This is an image from the Funk Zone in Santa Barbara where they just took a bunch of wine barrels and put them out in an old parking lot. And voila, you've got a place that people come up from LA to have dinner. And there'd be ways of putting like low sort of gateway walls on the front. You could also in an existing or just a really simple, inexpensive building, you could have a brewery, a brew pub, brew pub and restaurants, or a food hall of some sort. And then you could have some future infill on the other side in parcels where right now I think that's trailer sales. Again, to just generate more buzz and more activity, and then perhaps around Temescal and Hillside. And we're not saying these is where you'd have to do something. We're just looking at where there's some vacant spots that you could infill, perhaps. I mean, there's just not a lot of action there right now. One of the things that we understood had halted the progress of the 99 plan was that it envisioned a consolidation of lots, and people wanted to do, you couldn't get property owners to agree on what to do. So we're showing here, you could develop one lot at a time with some commercial buildings in front, perhaps some housing behind to help pay for it. And that could happen on both sides of the street, and including, by the way, some, in the backs of these properties, you'd have to have a bunch of parking. Because of course you got to have a bunch of parking if you want people to come downtown. So one of the key things that we're not illustrating in much detail, you'd have to have some parking lots where anybody who comes down here could park and then walk around and shop. You'd have to have some shared parking arrangements, so that if somebody parks one time, they can walk around and shop at all the businesses and go to dinner a bunch of different places. And then the frontages of all these along along 6th, would be shop fronts with sidewalks, outdoor dining, basically fun, lively activities along the front, and then parking and maybe some housing in the back. And these could be some big shared parking lots. And by the way, the whole back edge along the part at the lower edge there, that's parking lots, like hundreds and hundreds of feet of parking lots around the back. And then you have the sort of streetscape improvements we were showing along the front. And the net result could be that you could have some buildings with shops on the bottom, maybe some apartments upstairs, possibly some housing of different kinds around behind. You could have some street parking right in front, along with, of course, the horse trails, landscape enhancements, and then you'd have your good old horse trail exactly like it is, with a narrow sidewalk running behind it, so people could walk from shop to shop to shop. And you could have some community gardens or agriculture. I mean, if there was a restaurant in there, they could be growing their own vegetables and herbs right there. Actually, there's a famous, very nice restaurant on Arroyo Parkway in Pasadena called the Parkway Grill, where they've got, in the middle of Pasadena, they've got the garden out back where they grow their vegetables and herbs. And if they can do it in Pasadena, you can sure as hell do it here.
What's on the trail?
Horse poop.
I think that's leaves. Isn't that leaves? Those are leaves.
That's a broken tree, or is it trail?
Oh, I don't know. What is that?
It's the old wood rail.
Obviously trails, we don't miss much.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, we'll sweep it up at no extra charge. We wanted it to look rustic. We didn't want it to look like concrete.
We myself and the city manager and the planning director
Yeah.
toured 6th Street one day and identified all the places along there that would make what we call a live-work place, but getting somebody to do it, they're all owned by different individuals.
Yes,
And there's some good locations over there. And
there are.
some eyesores that need to be bulldozed down and make something useful out of it.
And so we think that having a clear community, a clear vision with community support, and then update your zoning for 6th Street to be clear that we want buildings that are up to the street, that are, looking like Norco, that are creating, lively activity. And then the live-work idea is a very strong idea. We've got that built in other communities.
And there'd be lots of room for parking in the back.
Yes,
And
totally.
sad thing is, I just figured out this week that there's 2 or 3 more businesses closing on 6th Street.
Oh, geez. Wow.
Some small businesses, thanks to the governor and his BS up there, And,
What made them close?
taxes and everything else, just,
Huh.
$20 an hour is what they need.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
To Berwin's point, that I'm kind of directed to Lori and Alma, and Planning Commission, is that part of our underbelly is along 6th Street as you go further east, we have a whole bunch of code enforcement cases
Yes.
that come to the Planning Commission with these bogus uses
Yeah.
that I think what we should do is be a little stricter with whatever we want to see in the future and not just accept something that is thrown at us to get them out of their code case and back into a compliance.
And that was done,
Marching the chair.
that wasn't this planning commission, that was
I'm looking at you.
planning commissions years ago that did that, did most of them.
Not when I was
No, but
on. Okay.
It was before you,
as PG, pre-grade.
Pre-pat now.
yes, pretty bad.
You're talking about the way, but I went on a walk with all of us from around Costa Mesa, and went down and through, down towards Huntington Beach, when it was the brand new work lift, and almost all of them had underground parking. And then the first layer was they had sales, and then the apartments were on top, which was really clean, nice. We walked through a bunch of them because that was the new fashion coming in, really big. So you cut down the parking, it was all underground.
It's expensive, but it's beautiful.
They got it down pretty good. You see that so much building underground, parking underground, because the land's more valuable.
Actually, one of the diagrams, one idea that we had for the North Hamner Gateway there, with that new little cluster of retail buildings with a hotel, there's one option for that we're trying not to get into too much. There's one option for that because New Hamner is like a story higher than Old Hamner. So it'd be pretty easy to get a double decker in there. So you could really get a lot of stuff into a relatively small area there.
Yeah, to help out for the parking areas and something like that.
Yeah. So the other advantage of this kind of development is it could still have a lot of sense of open space. Some of these buildings could have courts, because essentially you'd be a courtyard like that would give buildings toward the back of the site a 6th Street address. So they wouldn't be buildings like whose address was the parking lot behind the 7-Eleven, right? They'd be on 6th Street by virtue of that sort of courtyard.
I thought that was on every GPS that there was, the parking lot behind.
So let's see. Oh,
Yeah, so I think now we only have 20 minutes left, so unless somebody has something burning to say right now, let us just get through Hamner, and we wanted to talk about the Norco site too. If that's okay with everybody, and then we'll save 10 minutes at the end, or 15, hopefully. I don't know if you can do this in 5.
I'm going to go fast.
Just so we can make sure we share everything.
So I mean, in general, we're not going to talk comprehensively about Hamner. There's probably things that could be done with streetscape that would make it look nicer as you go through. And there is, it's a 6-lane street that probably only has 4 lanes worth of traffic, so there's possibilities for that outside lane that we can talk about another time. But this site right in the middle, it's just right across the street from City Hall here, looks to us like a big fat opportunity for something. And so there it is. And right now, it's just a big vacant lot. And so we think that if wherever you're developing new stuff on a large site, we think that the simplest way to make it have a small town character is to have a small town layout, which would mean that you'd have some blocks. You'd organize it into blocks, and you'd have maybe a little town green, and you'd have sort of walkable streets, and then at least one of these streets would have a horse trail coming through it. In this kind of a thing, you might not have a horse trail on every street. So there's Hamner Avenue coming through, and you've got the vacant parcel over on the freeway, and you've got the vacant parcel next to City Hall here. And so this is an illustration of, this might be what Hamner could look like. So you could conceivably have bike lanes developed in that extra lane that you have on the sides, and you could have a signal there and good crosswalks, and a new intersection with crosswalks, and a new market of some kind on that vacant lot there. The travel lanes could be narrow, now not to narrow, but they could be like 10 or 11 feet instead of 12, because 12 is, like freeway lanes. Or are they 11 now? But
I think they cut them down to 11 on the 91.
No, I'm not talking about freeways, I'm talking about your street.
Oh, I don't know.
No, 11-foot lanes are now for a freeway, but the lanes, some of the lanes on 6th Street now are like 15, 16 feet wide.
Keep going, those just kind of show them the rest of the slides, so we can make sure we...
So you could possibly have on-street parking, and that wouldn't have to be the whole length of Hamner. No, actually, none of these would have to be one thing for the whole length. So on 6th, it could be as we've shown it for a stretch, and then it could be different for a stretch if it needed to be to get trucks into a hay store. And along here, this could be a center where it's like this, and then other stretches it wouldn't have to be this developed. So you could have landscape medians, bike lanes, wider sidewalks. And for new development, the sidewalks can be as wide as you just want to make sure they are. And then the surface parking could be, you could have some surface parking behind buildings that would be screened by landscaping along the edge. It's a real common technique. And then in the center of this cluster, of this development here, which would be a bunch of retail buildings and probably some housing as you come back into the site, because you're not going to, I mean, if somebody would build all that as a retail center, that would be great. It's not likely in terms, that's not likely at all. But certainly the zoning should allow for that to be all retail and office, but if you want it to happen, it should probably also allow for some of it to be housing. So you could have like a little central park in the middle of it, and you could have maybe buildings up to 3 stories to really look like a town center. It'd be more likely to be feasible if they were up to 3 stories rather than if you limited them to 2. And then you could have some office buildings perhaps over by the freeway. But the main idea is that whatever the buildings are, whatever the uses are, was organized into blocks that, sort of like we're showing up in the North Hamner Gateway, sort of like a town, not like just a highway. And with perhaps some nice outdoor dining and landscape area that looks sort of countrified. that's an existing shopping center that's pretty nice. I think it's in Orange County. And then the horse trail could connect down could connect down from Fifth, down Horseless Carriageway, and on over to Fourth, and then across, on over to Fourth, and then across the freeway on the existing horse bridge. Now I'm going to just really whip through these. So we're looking at the idea of how you can make some housing equestrian and agricultural oriented. We showed an example at the open house that a lot of people were interested in, a development that was built years ago up in Walnut Creek, where it's an equestrian community, but people live in smaller houses, and then the stables are close by. And the stables are shared, and you can board your horse there, and then when you go on vacation, your horse is taken care of. And so these are just some more examples of how a community such as this could be developed on some existing large parcels. And the idea would be that you could have some common open space. The individual houses would be on smaller lots, but then the overall density would be the 1 per half acre. It's just that instead of everybody having a big patch of land behind their own house, and this would perhaps make the agricultural equestrian lifestyle accessible to a broader array of demographics. So, because we understand that the half-acre lots are a very important character-defining element of Norco, but there's people probably who just can't, based on where they are in their stage of life, whether they're just starting out or whether they're older, really just don't want to take care of a whole half acre. And so if some houses could be developed on smaller lots with the open space in a more shared format, there could be a lot of significant agricultural production on those larger pieces than it's possible to do in individual rear yards, even if they're big rear yards.
The tiny houses in Norco that are just north of the community center, the old school, that was, in 1923, that was the sales pitch. That you could buy a house on a smaller lot, but behind you were big open fields that when you were like a teacher and you lived in Los Angeles, during the week, the North Carolina Land Company would care for that, and then on Sunday, you could be a Saturday, Sunday farmer.
And thank you, Kevin. And that's something that's been, actually, an old friend of ours has been doing that in Georgia, where it's basically they've been doing conservation developments, where you can buy a house and there's also, you get like an acre of woods. In that case, it's not ag. The idea is to preserve the natural woods. So there's different ways of having a house that comes with a bunch of open space that is managed. It can create a strong sense of community. You're part of that community. And then that can feed down to a market hall. There could be an agricultural, there could be a commercial phase or a commercial piece of that total shared development. Okay, and then
That's good for this.
Yes, we can just go to the Reconvene one, because these are ones that I think we can use.
yeah, good. Yeah, we had some stuff in there. So then on the Norconian side, obviously you have a history of working hard to preserve the Norconian. When the state or the feds were going to let it, fall apart, you stuck up for it.
That's what they're doing now.
I'm sorry?
That's what they're doing now.
Yeah, yes, I understand. So if this piece became available, what might you want to be ready to do with it? So we're suggesting that, so right now you've got these existing significant but deteriorating buildings.
Last in the world. Last like this in the world.
Yep. So our main suggestion would be because who knows if this would become available for something other than a prison, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 45 years from now. But so we certainly can't tell you in any detail what uses ought to be here, but we think that The existing layout suggests the possibility, one more time, of a small town block structure that could be organized around the existing buildings. If the existing buildings stayed, they might be reusable, adaptively reusable. If they went away, a plan like this could make this sort of a village center for that. It's a geographic center of your town. So you could have a beautiful pedestrian way coming sort of a neighborhood street coming through the center and connecting over to a park that would be down to the river's edge.
The only thing I would add to your permanent buildings, you've done a good job with the Norco, the nurses' quarters, and the annex. The only thing, we had the one before, just above that, there's a theater and a gymnasium and a chapel. And those, I think those are permanent buildings, I think you could, I don't know what you would do with the rest of it, honestly, but the chapel, the theater, it's a 3,500 seat theater.
I know.
And you have a gymnasium that's there, and so I would recommend that you, whenever you do a plan, include those things. And then to the left of the double buildings, there's a fire station. And I think we can always use fire stations.
Yes. And so in this scenario, some of these buildings could be occupied with commercial uses. It could.
You've also got to the right, you've blocked it out. You've got a corpsman quarters, a 4-H building right there that's really a stunning building also, and is huge.
Okay, we'll look at that carefully. Thank you, Kevin.
But yeah, I don't know what you did, the wood buildings, I don't have no idea what you would do with them. Photograph them, document them.
Well, some of the prison buildings are pretty heavy-duty concrete buildings.
Well, you've identified all of them except for the corpsman
I get it.
quarters, and you missed the chapel, and you missed the gym, and you missed the theater. Other than that, and the fire station, those are all permanently constructed. The rest of them are, well, there's actually another one. It's a gigantic barracks that was built so well that you can't be in it when it's above 100 degrees, and you can't be in it when it's below 45 degrees. So they move prisoners in and out, otherwise they take them.
Oh my God.
Really well built. And it only cost $7 million.
Such a deal.
So you make a note to say, consider changing that preservation and development land use to what?
To something like towns, the question really is, what is it, I mean, what does preservation and development mean? Well, it basically means is keep some of the good stuff, but, do some, make it useful. What we're suggesting that maybe that can be made a little more specific, not detailed, but a little, we just think it's more.
But our preservation and development is everything has to be by a specific plan.
Well, this general plan can include a vision and some recommendations and policies that would guide the future development. So we think adding some information about the circulation network, the block structure, and leave it flexible as to which buildings stay and which buildings go. Leave it flexible as to what the uses are. But be clear about the kind of place that's expected, and that it should certainly include some visitor attracting facilities, some community gathering spaces.
Also a question of residential, whether that's something to consider, which is not currently allowed in the preservation.
Because the chances of that
Correct.
filling up with successful commercial are super low. But that can't be decided now, that can't be decided now, we just think it should be.
Right, so I think the concept with this might be the general plan would be making sure that if somebody did come in and do a specific plan for the area, at least we would be requiring the block structure and the form of what's going to be there, and then maybe broadening the uses, because as Dave said, is the prison site going to go away in 5 years or 55 years? And so we don't really know what the market forces will be, so maybe it could broaden the uses in there, while locking in, a better network of streets in there.
But the uses could, I mean, if this could be turned into sort of, a resort and conference center facility, that seems to us like that might be a pretty cool thing. If part of it could be turned into a regional sports facility with some adjacent amenities, that might be cool. If some of it could be turned into an amusement park with some hotels and other community, there's a lot of things that could happen there. But what we think you wouldn't want would be, well, I don't know. Would you want somebody to come and do like a factory outlet mall there?
That's why I think he's.
Probably not. And you sure as hell don't want somebody to come in and doing, Amazon logistics.
Your best views in Norco were actually from those two buildings and then from the north
Totally.
side. You could also relocate Clark Field and Palmer Park to the left side of that, couldn't you?
Yes.
It could totally open up that whole street.
That was my first idea, actually. I mentioned that in our previous, where Norco Drive and Fifth and, the other street, Norco Drive
Corydon.
changes, Corydon. Where that comes through there, that's the river's edge. You've got community open space on the damn river. And you could have some very important use there that had views of the river and direct access for bikes, pedestrians, horses, down into the river. I mean, we think that's a totally privileged location.
That's 130 acres. You make sure you include that other part that's part of it. It's not the Navy's anymore. It's 130 acres.
We'll make sure to find that out. Thank you, sir. So it should include community gathering space. It should certainly include a beautiful park of some sort. Could include hotels. But it could include it could include some forms of housing. And you could rehab the existing buildings. They're pretty stout buildings. You might be able to dig out and put parking under them.
They're all poured in place.
Right.
Or they're block wood frame. But the main ones are all poured in place.
I mean, it could be offices. It could be R&D. It could be housing. It could be.
Ken Calvert said it could be research and development. Just expand the Navy base back into it.
Yeah, right. It could. It could be. Some of it could be a motel. Anyway. And then obviously there's a lot of examples of historic buildings that are functioning very well as hotels. That's the Claremont in Berkeley, which is still working just fine. Thank you very much. And outdoor dining, sort of a resort hotel concept. An entertainment venue, a concert venue, an outdoor concert venue, down on the slope coming down from the Norconian. You could turn that slope into seating, like sort of a Hollywood Bowl sort of a thing, where you could have seating on the hill and then a concert shell down at the bottom. Lots of possibilities, and mainly, it could be a stunning thing, and there's so many examples of this, of reusing historic buildings in California. You've got Castle Green in Pasadena, the Cal State Channel Islands, and the old mental hospital outside Camarillo. I mean, so I think we can just sharpen some of the possibilities, put in a few things that are probably gotta haves. A few things that are like, no, don't do that. And then leave it very open in terms of what it might become.
3 of those were naval hospitals during the war.
Yes.
Vista del Arroyo, Castle Green, and the Channel Islands. That was
Yep.
Okay, so thank you for sticking with us through the long presentation. Again, this is kind of the first time these ideas are being shared publicly. and focusing on the areas of town where what we've heard from the community is where the major investment and, moderate to major transformation should occur. So that's why we're focusing on these areas. So when we go to the public, where we're going next, we're never going to be presenting it like this in a long PowerPoint. No. This was just to talk to you all tonight. And these will kind of be different stations, both in our in-person open house, as well as we'll come up with sort of stations in an online virtual format for people to visit and discuss these. But we really kind of wanted, initial reaction tonight on, is this the right direction to be talking to the community as we go out to the community in April? Are there any major no's we shouldn't be taking? Anything else we need to be addressing? That's kind of the feedback we're looking for.
I'll just say a couple things. So one, Hammer's ugly, so I really like that we're looking at that. I agree with the areas. I've heard from all of our residents. They want a downtown. They want more of a sense of place and a walkable. And so figuring out how we can do that in these little pockets. One of our biggest complaints is speeding. So even if that comes with traffic, that would slow people down. And then I just wanted to point out that saying yes to something means saying no to something else. And so saying yes to a vision of a downtown and a sense of place and these economic drivers means we might be saying no to being able to get some places very quickly, right? No to no traffic, or no to a window shop on Hammer, right? Or what have you, because we would be narrowing some of our uses. So executing a vision like this does mean that we're going to narrow what we are allowing, because if not, we're going to end up with more of what we already have, right? It's not going to change. So there has to be some, political will on this side from our council and commission in terms of upholding if we make these changes to see what residents and all of us want to see, or we'll have to say no to some things to make it happen.
I think Jason's, when the booth happen, his will probably be a fairly popular one, both for good and bad reasons. I think one of the things is that I think there's going to be a lot of concerns about traffic pattern as we talk about some of these changes. I would love to see some of it, but I think what is going to be important is to be able to show us some case studies of where these changes have happened and how they've been able to kind of overcome that. Because I think everybody here would love to see 6th Street slow down. Because I don't think anybody wants to be sitting there seeing these cars blasting by 50 miles an hour. But we need to be convinced that it will work, rather than 6th Street becoming a parking lot that everybody's going to complain about it.
You've actually got a test case out there right now. Today, you've got a 1-lane stretch. So somebody might want to just sit there all day and watch how that works.
I've had nothing but compliments about that. And I'm not bullshitting on it. It's very workable. And Chad, I think you ought to just leave it there.
I'll agree.
It does slow down traffic, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's been all positive.
You haven't actually come up with anything really new.
Good.
You did that I've never seen before. It's the first time I've ever seen it all brought together in a very cohesive package. And I guess my frustration is that we always run into the property owner, like smack dab in the middle of Old Hamner. We have a property owner who won't even call us back. And those are the kind of things that just make you nuts. So I really I've never thought of the little idea. And that 20,000 cars. That's why Trader Joe's even looked at the old ranch land. And everybody said, oh, they'll never come. But those guys came, they went, wow, you have a lot of cars on this street. And they anticipated Silver Lakes, and it was just because they didn't want to relocate from Los Lagos. But we came really close. And because of all the cars that were going back.
There you go. You just got to manage, you've got a blessing that you just need to manage.
Yeah, you're right about keeping 1 lane. I think we need, except we got to take it out from in front of the feed store.
Well, if you can get the cut-through traffic off of 7th Street, you direct another 2,000 cars a day.
Yeah.
Down 6th.
Easy.
But those cars themselves don't have brakes, so they can't stop. They can't stop at the stop signs.
Well, you know, Harvey Sullivan years ago had a great idea at 6. He just hired people that just keep pushing the walk button. Just keep walking back and forth. People keep stopping for people walking.
It'd probably be cheaper to hire somebody to do that.
I did that for about 5 minutes and 6 today. I was trying to take a couple of pictures over where we were showing one of the interventions. And so I felt bad for stopping traffic because I realized I was the only one that was causing the red lights.
So any of our planning commissioners have any comments?
Thank you.
I really like the North Hamner Gateway idea. I really, really like that. I think on 6th Street, the reality of having a median is not functional for the people that actually live here in Norco with horse trailers. There's no way I'm going to want to be meandering through a bunch of medians on 6th Street. And a lot of
You
people...
wouldn't have to meander, you could just drive straight.
Well, if I wanted to turn into, say, where Boot Barn is, or, you know, Rodeo
Oh, I
River
see.
is, you know, that type of thing, that's where it's going to get tricky. And
Do most people shop with horse trailers?
there would be more
You'd be
people doing it
surprised.
if there
Yeah.
were places to actually park our truck and trailers. Really, the only place that we can do that is where Pat's Kitchen used to be. And,
Okay, okay.
yeah.
I'm not
And
arguing,
also,
I'm just
when
curious.
you're staging, like for an event,
Yes.
Mhm.
that happens quite frequently.
For sure.
They use the different large lots.
All our hotels are required to have horse trailer parking.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So that's, even though I mean, they look nice and it was all very beautiful, but I mean, to make it really functional for the people that live here with trucks and trailers, it's gonna make it even more difficult.
So I hate to say this, but I've got to end this meeting because we have to have a discussion prior to council. So thank you very much. I'm very sorry if you didn't get a chance to sort of finish off, but. thank
You was late though.
What's that?
You were
You was late. You caused it.
We're done. In the public session, is there any reportable action? Thank you. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Hannah. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Remain standing. We have the invocation by Renee Parrish from Beacon Hill Assembly of God. She and I graduated the same year, 1992. Norco High School. Thank you, Renee. We will now go to City Council reports on regional boards. We'll start with Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the 26th, I attended the Veterans Commission meeting and we got a report on the Veterans Housing Project.
Catherine?
Nothing to report at this time.
Councilmember Hannah?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 weeks ago, I attended the race for the cure up there for the Lundy Enterprise, barrel racing and team roping going at the same time. Huge crowd of contestants and everything. It was a big success. Also, at RTA, there's this autonomous shuttles that's it's moving into Riverside from New Zealand. And what it is a little electric shuttle. And they're going to put 2 or 3 of them in Riverside to test them out. And they run off of electricity out of the street like like the old trolleys used to do. They don't have a driver. They have a driver sitting there in case there's an emergency and everything. But they've got 2 or 3 locations at Riverside they're going to try them out in. I mean, it'd be exciting, especially if it went downhill or something. Electricity went off, but they're going to try it for 2 years. And as you can see, it's quite expensive. The 3 shuttles, a 2-year lease is $1.5 million and up to $2.5 million. So be interested to see how that works and everything. And that's all I have to report today, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Pro Tem Newton.
Thank you, Kevin. On the 22nd, the mayor, myself, and staff had our annual meeting with Congressman Ken Calvert and his entire staff, and that went very well. And I'd just like to comment that the congressman has, those last few years, really been a friend to Norco, and he's been helping us out on some very critical infrastructure projects, and that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. So the Congressman Calvert meeting did go very well. Tomorrow, the 7th, is the RTRP, the high transmission line. So if you have a mind to call, I really encourage you to do so. We received that our public advocate actually found in favor of the judge's decision. It's a little frustrating because they're claiming there's been no change since that decision was made. The EIR 13 years ago. There have been minor changes. Eastvale was born and Yurupa Valley became a city. Just minor little things like that. And also it doesn't look at all like, as Edison describes, Edison basically says that there's no foliage there to catch on fire in the riverbed. So I really hope you'll call. We're getting incredible support from Congressman Calvert, from Kelly Ciarto, our senator, and incredible support from Bill Asaley. We're getting incredible support from Carissa Cervantes. I mean, just they're going above and beyond and really trying to help us with this. And then last night, I'm going to actually try to get some kind of emotion. I was very disappointed last night. I attended the school board meeting. And Norco High, I've been involved with the high school for 25 years. Scholarships and doing all kinds of things. And Norco High is actually so far below all these other schools. And it's really frustrating because the library is substandard. We had to fight to get them finally to do something about the gym and to build the new gym. Everybody else has one. We're having trouble with our aquatic center. Most people don't know that our football field, we fought to get that, but it was originally graded by residents. The baseball diamonds were graded by residents. And so a lot of the things that we really love about Norco High School, it was because of a collaborative effort. Most people don't know the first pool was actually a co-agreement where Norco actually paid for their pool, or in part, not fully. So I'm very frustrated right now because I look at Corona High School, I look at Roosevelt, and they just have things that our residents don't have. So, I mean, even the FFA barns, that's becoming a very critical component to the lifeblood of Norco. And as somebody said last night, if you want to know what an ag program looked like in the 1970s, go there. I mean, it's amazing that program, and I don't want to embarrass Robin, but that program is actually one of the top programs in the state and very likely in the nation, at least west of the Mississippi. So that was very frustrating. It was a 4-1 vote, and I want to really give a shout out to our trustee, Stacy Nicola,
who really fought for us last night. She ended up not voting with the rest of the crew. Very tough because they're all from Corona and from Eastvale, and I was really, really proud of her. And if you don't know her, she's, of course, Kathy Azevedo's daughter, and she's in the same mold. And that's all I have. We'll be moving on. Public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time when persons wishing to address the presiding governmental body regarding the consent calendar or matters not on the agenda may be heard. Please limit comments to 3 minutes or less. The governmental body shall not discuss or act relative to any general public comment. Thank you.
So I need a clarification, Dana. So it's a little bit different. What we're doing now is we're having public comments for the consent calendar also. So that means when they speak to that, we will be pulling that to discuss.
That would be on your choice to pull that item.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's a change. What it means is we'll no longer take each item where you talk. You will come up for public comments, and at the same time, you will do the consent calendar items, and then, depending on what your comment is, determines whether or not we will pull that item. Generally speaking, if you ask to pull it, we will pull it. Correct?
That's up to you, Mayor. Yes.
All right. Well, we will pull it. So do we have any public comments?
Yes. The first public comment is Rebecca Mendoza.
Rebecca Mendoza. This is Becky. Nice to see you, Becky. Longtime Norco employee. She started when she was 9. That's right.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm Rebecca Mendoza. I retired with the City of Norco. I'm asking that the City Council reconsider the matter concerning Resolution 2024-03 and seriously consider rescinding this resolution and add it to the March 20th, 2020. I haven't talked in a long time, so you got to bear with me. City Council meeting. I was not informed of any changes until I received the letter on February 7th. And the lack of communication with us retirees has been very poor. But thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Becky. Really appreciate it. Nice to see you. Nice to see Bobby back there.
Our next speaker is Greg Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
How you guys doing? Thank you very much. Sorry it's raining out there, but I like it. I'd like to give a big thanks to Riverside Sheriff Department. Lately, they've been working their tails off. We've had so much stuff going on in the city, and they don't get enough recognition, knowing that by personal. It's their job's really hard, and they really work hard for us. I just want to let everybody know, everybody out behind me know, that they're constantly putting out fires, literally, just like the firemen. And our fire department's very good too. But that's pretty much what I had. I didn't want to forget you.
Well, he's smiling back there. It's okay.
You see them running up and down the street running Code 3 all the time. And they're putting out all kinds of problems, and they're doing a phenomenal job. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I have no further comments, Mayor, for regular public comment.
We're now closing public comments, moving on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any item? I have a motion to approve by Greg Newton, second by Berwin Hanna. Please vote. Captain Broker.
I'm sorry. Please vote, and yeah, it should be up on your screen. Greg, I don't have you on there. Oh, you need to turn. Greg, excuse me, Councilmember Newton, showing an aye on this. I don't know where. Okay. Mayor, you can continue. We'll be fine.
Okay. Moving on, we will move to item number 5, the order of discussion action items. The order of presentation for discussion items will be 1, staff report presentation, 2, council questions of staff, 3, public comment, 4, council discussion and action. 5A, call upon Public Works, Mr. Chad Blaze, to fill us in.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
before we start, could I just have
yes, you may, you may.
one moment I would just like to acknowledge all the work for the last 4 months by our consultants, our 3, our Director of Public Works, who has been working 7 days a week on this project for, like I said, the last 4 months, and 5 months, okay. Give you a little more credit. And also to Councilmember Grunmeyer, her expertise on organics and SB 1383, and all the work she did with promoting and moving forward on the 2 items, chickens for the Green Norco program, and also the Community Education Fund. Robin's put in a tremendous amount of work on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chad?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, public in attendance. So, yes, it's been a long haul to this process here. It's been 5 months. We started this process with the council and approving this endeavor to go out and to an RFP to make sure we had a very public process to try to find the next hauler that would fit Norco's needs. We did have a very proactive process. I'm glad to see that we had 5 haulers actually submit and proposals for us to review and really challenge staff and our subcommittee, which was made up of myself and the city manager, 2 council members, Craig Newton, Rob Meyer, and then also our 3 participated in that process. So it was a very rigorous process. I've got tons and tons of materials that's still on my desk and in front of me that we had to go through, and I've probably read different drafts of the contract 10 different times. So it's burned into my brain for the most part. But it's been a very positive process overall, and we're bringing this item to you today to make a determination based off staff's recommendation and the subcommittee's recommendation to actually consider and award a contract tonight. Process-wise, what we're going to do is R3, Carrie Baxter, is going to give you a presentation regarding the overall process that we followed. It's going to kind of mirror, for the most part, what we saw at the previous council meeting, where we kind of gave you an update. So some of the information will repeat, some of it we knew. And just to give you the council that was not part of the subcommittee, an overall understanding of what we did and the lengths that we went to give this item a thorough work through. And then after that, we're going to give Waste Management opportunity to address some specific issues that we thought it was important them to directly related to service. That was some of the comments that was from the last council meeting. We wanted to really focus on those items to highlight how they're planning and how they're currently trying to address those issues, and we'll continue with some other additional ideas of how to improve the service related mainly to what we're address this specifically. And then the item will come back to me to give some final thoughts on that. And information, and then we would then open up to questions to council about the other portions of the public hearing. So with that, Carrie?
Thank
Long
you.
time no see.
I know. Starting to feel welcome here.
Thank you for having me again tonight, Mayor Bash, Mayor Pro Tem Newton, and council members. Again, my name is Carrie Baxter with R3 Consulting Group. We'll start with just a recap of what I presented a couple weeks ago. The franchise agreement currently set in place is ready to expire June 30th, 2024. City Council did vote back in September to conduct a formal RFP process, focusing mostly on rates, making sure that there's proper coverage for manure services, quality service, customer service, regulatory compliance being covered with SB 1383 and all the organics requirements that have been coming at the city. And through that process, the city chose to hire our R3 Consulting Group to assist with development and implementation of the RFP documents, assist with reviewing the proposals, help facilitate the negotiations, and prepare a final agreement. So the initial RFP process started September 7th when the RFP was issued. On the 21st of September, we held a mandatory pre-proposal meeting where all interested parties were required to attend. And then on October 20th, as Chad mentioned, 5 haulers presented proposals to the city from Athens, Vertec, CR&R, Universal Waste, and Waste Management. So the city created a subcommittee. Again, Chad covered this already, so I'm not going to go into too much detail with it. There were 2 council members, 2 staff, and R3 that independently scored each of the proposals. And based on overall content and hauler abilities to meet the service expectations outlined in the RFP. Stuck in. There we go. So the evaluation team then reviewed the rates for service offered by each of the haulers and ranked a second time with the rates included. But overall, the proposal evaluation included different aspects of the proposals that were required. So they had technical pieces within it, covering how the rollout transition would happen and operational plan and such. That's in a little more detail on this slide. So we have the initial proposal scoring considered each proposer's transition plan, operations plan, customer service plan, alternatives to the draft proposal as it was released with the RFP, and any agreement exceptions that were requested from the proposers. It also reviewed proposers' diversion plans for recycling, organics, and manure, as well as an outreach and education plan. An emphasis was placed on the importance of a well-established plan for collection and processing. One of the comments that was brought up a couple weeks back was about the facility that was being proposed, which is Viramontes, and we did do more research to make sure that manure can be taken there, is able to be processed, and is allowed to be counted as diversion there at this time. This is just based off of the information that was provided in the tables in the RFP of the service levels currently provided throughout the city and the proposed rates that were provided by each of the proposers. We were able to develop projected annual revenues. And as you can see, the current revenues based on those rates that went into effect July 1, 2023 is the current column on the far left, and each of the proposers, as you can see, are broken down. Projected revenues were based on a 3.5% rate adjustment for the incremental years moving forward. Proposed revenues did range from $6.35 million to $13.01 million, and only Waste Management offered rates that were at or below the current rates, with the next closest approximately $2 million higher. Slide.
Did you break it?
I feel like I do every single time I stand up here. Can we go to the next slide? Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Got it. So alternative rate proposals were also submitted by Bartech Waste and Waste Management, but after evaluation of the alternatives, the evaluation team determined that these alternative proposals did not meet the city's RFP process objectives. So what we're looking at here includes the final score of the total service recipient rate scores. This the gap became a significant factor for the evaluation team in determining which haulers to interview. Because of this, the evaluation team did elect to interview only Waste Management in January to gain more clarity on their proposed actions, making sure the city's RFP objectives were being accounted for, and to further discuss the submitted proposal. So what does this all mean, and what are we presenting tonight? We've got a new agreement that includes some key terms that were included in the draft RFP, draft franchise agreement that was released back in September. It had a 10-year term with an option for the city to extend up to 2 times for 5 years at a time. It continues the residential collection service on Mondays only, so there's no change to your collection service days. It's completely covering as many aspects of SB 1383 as we could put onto the collection hauler within the agreement. So it's got a bundled service offered with garbage, recycling, and organics for every customer in your city. It adjusts the container colors to match the requirements. So there will be a black trash can, a green organics can, and a blue recycling can for everybody within the next 5 years. It covers education to all your residents so they understand what organics means. It includes an auditing and monitoring and reporting process so that the city gets the data that they need to report back out to CalRecycle. And it also includes a procurement of recovered organic waste to, again, meet another SB 1383 requirement that the state mandated. Oh, I think I skipped a few things. Sorry. It also includes street sweeping services for all city streets, which was a separate contract previously, but now it's combined within this contract. Again, added storm drain cleaning, separate services that were provided, now again bundled into this agreement. Includes transition from city billing to Waste Management providing the billing and customer service. There's an annual rate adjustment cap of 4% on all rate adjustments going forward. Optional billing and performance reviews, so if the city feels like something isn't quite right, they do have an option to go in and look and dig deeper, basically. And then there's liquidated charges and penalties that can be applied if it's found that they're not meeting contract requirements. On top of that, the evaluation team decided to proceed to negotiate the agreement with Waste Management based on many of those factors, but also additional things that were included in their proposal. And the additional terms that were negotiated into the final agreement, as presented tonight in your packet, included a reduction in your residential and commercial rates, including manure service rates, and eliminating the fee for manure scout service. It also shows an increase in revenue to the city, as well as $10,000 per year that'll go to a Chickens for Green Norco program, which is still in the process of being developed. And then another $10,000 a year for a community education fund, which will benefit your high schools and high school students. And collection service at, I have up to 5 city-sponsored events, but I think Chad's got an update for that coming for you later on. So those are the big pieces that we added into there. Overall, we did go through negotiations with Waste Management, starting, as you can see, with an original proposal, year 1 of $6.3 million. And we were able to negotiate that down, eliminating the scout service down to just over $6 million. So saving customers across the city about $675,000 a year. And why it keeps getting stuck on me. There we
You're
go.
You're not the only one.
Okay. To kind of go into a little more detail on what that bundled rate is going to look like for your residents and businesses, I've got a couple of examples and then we can wrap it up for some questions. So for residential customers, what they currently have are a 96-gallon garbage, recycling, and organics cart. So 3 containers. What's been added to this agreement is an additional second cart if needed for recycling, and an additional second cart for organics at no additional charge. And the proposed rate that is in front of you tonight is $4.10 savings to the residents on a monthly basis. And for our commercial customers, there we go. The proposed rate also includes a bundled rate, so commercial is now required with SB 1383 to have organics and recycling. Basically organics, which identifies some recycling materials as organics. So by bundling the service, it allows each of your customers within the city to comply with SB 1383. So the proposed rate includes a base garbage level. They can choose the frequency and the service size, so it can be as small as a 64-gallon cart up to a 6 cubic yard container or larger. But any of those will also include a 96-gallon recycling cart and a 64-gallon organics cart. Of course, they have the option to increase that if they need a larger size recycling or organics, but this allows them to have the compliant service as is. So some examples of what that looks like with what's been proposed. Just a basic 3 cubic yard, which is a typical container service level, 1 time a week collected for trash, bundled with that minimum 96-gallon recycling and 64-gallon organics waste cart, are going to see a savings of just about $100, $99.78 a month, based comparing to the current garbage, recycling, organics rate, where now it's all bundled together as one rate. Another example is a 3 cubic yard garbage cart. There we go. 3 cubic yard garbage, 3 cubic yard recycling, and 64-gallon organic waste. So this would be an example where the customer chose to have a larger recycling cart. They're still going to see a savings of $73.25. Another option would be if a customer is organic waste exempt. This would have to be approved by the city. Basically, they'll go through, submit a form to, I believe it's going to be to Waste Management. Waste Management will do the initial review and then submit that to the city for final approval. In this instance, they would then only be required to have garbage and recycling. And this is the example of a 3 cubic yard garbage and 3 cubic yard recycling collected 1 time a week. They would be saving just under $30 a month. And finally, an example of the manure customer rates. A 96-gallon recycling cart is saving just around $10 a month. A 2 cubic yard manure bin that's not receiving Scout service is saving about $3 a month. But the biggest change is, again, that Scout service 1 time a week. Collection currently is $53 a month, and there will be no charge for that going forward.
Carrie, just a correction on that.
Oh.
For the cart, we meant manure cart. Recycling.
Manure cart.
Yeah,
Did I have a
it said
recycling?
recycling.
I'm sorry.
So I just want to clarify.
Yes.
For the public.
Thank you. And that brings us to our recommendation for tonight. We are recommending that the council find the proposed action categorically exempt under CEQA, to award the agreement for integrated waste management services to USA Waste of California for a 10-year base term beginning July 1, 2024, ending June 30th, 2034. Directing city manager to set public hearing upon service rates, franchise fee, and vehicle impact fee proposed in the agreement, and to adopt Resolution 2024-08, awarding a franchise agreement to USA Waste of California, effective July 1, 2024. And with that, I'm going to pass it back over to Chad.
Great, thank you very much. Well done.
So at this time, I'd like to invite Steve Cano from Waste Management to come up and address a couple of the items he would like to talk about related to customer service. Can we get that?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Steve Cano. I'm the Area General Manager for Southern California, directly responsible for the Inland Empire. I want to say thank you to the staff, particularly Chad, for negotiating a contract in those 7 days a week that we talked about. He drug us along with him, for sure. And he had a no button in his office, and I wanted to throw that away after a week. It was terrible. But no, he really did. It was great. But WM, you know, we've been servicing the city for almost 3 decades. And during that time, we've done a lot of things right. And we have a dedicated team that services 22,000 carts every Monday. For the most part, we do a good job. Sorry, just give me one more.
Just giving you a no button.
Okay. Yeah. Chat. That thing's
You
in the
get the
trash.
no,
trust
no.
me, yeah. But 99.9% of the time, we do it right. Okay, Glenda and Lily wanted me to say 90. They wanted me to carry the decimals out to 99.999. But for the most part, we do a good job. The manure, it's a unique service, and it's heavy, and it's challenging. But we're learning, and we continue to learn. And I think that, are we perfect? By no means. We're not perfect. But sometimes we're faced with challenges. We have human elements. We still have people doing the job. We have weather. This month's been terrible with the rain, and the rain just compacts that manure. So we have our challenges. But you know what? We've heard you. And we've heard the community. We've heard the staff, and we get it. And we understand. And I feel like we've worked hard with the staff and the consultant, R3, to memorialize some of the things that we're going to do different. I'm going to get there, I promise.
Our consultant broke it.
There we go. The cart service. So basically, if the cart's too heavy, okay, we're going to dispatch, and the primary truck can't pick it up, we're going to dispatch a specialized truck to go get it. And if we tag each bin or cart that we can't service, if we tag it by 2 o'clock that day, we commit that we're going to send a specialized truck to go pick it up. Okay. If we tag a cart after 2 o'clock, we're going to pick it up by noon the next day. That's one thing. The second thing that we're already doing, Dave has already implemented it. Any customer where it's problematically overweight, and we have a trend of that, we're going to offer a 96-gallon cart. At the same, or 264-gallon carts in replacement of a 96-gallon cart, at the same price as the 96-gallon cart. Okay, so we're proactively doing it. We've already switched out and offered it up to multiple customers as a solution. I got a point there. The bin service. So we have a great team. One of our drivers is here with us this evening, Omar.
I know these guys.
Yeah, I think
we're watching them. We're watching them.
I think about a year ago, Dave Morey got up here and wanted to give Omar the keys to the city. It's well deserved, for sure. But Omar and his team of drivers, the other two aren't here, they do a great job. Okay, it's a symphony to service the city of Norco, to pull out the bins, have the mother truck, the front end load truck come pick it up, orchestrate the timing of it to get the container back to where it went. And they do a great job. They're in constant communication with each other. They're in constant communication with our dispatch team and our management team. And they're focused on making sure we provide service to our customers. And we have 2 types of trucks. We have one truck, both trucks can lift the bins. One lifts a little higher. We understand and we hear the community also when it comes to one of our trucks not raising high enough and kind of dragging on the street. We're dealing with that. Okay, we have another truck that can lift a little higher, lift the same weight, and get that out. But there's a bunch of hard-working folks that do the job for us every day, I tell you that. On the manure, here I just want to touch on, and Carrie already touched on it with Viramontes, but Viramontes is a fully permanent facility that's been a great partner to WM and the city of Norco for many years. They do a good job with the process. And we have Brock White here with us this evening as well, and his consultants that can address any questions specific to Viramontes. But in my mind, we should be celebrating this company. They do a good job for us, and you should go see it if you haven't. It's amazing what they do with the maneuvers. So in conclusion, I'm confident that WM's negotiated a fair contract, a good contract the council, the staff, and the residents should be proud of. And it's demonstrated, like I told you a year ago, we want to be here. We're proud to be here. So I'm available this evening if you have any additional questions. But I forgot one thing. We have a host of people here with us tonight that work hard to make it happen every day. But I do want to introduce Mike Hammer. He's our area president. He thought it important to be here this evening with us. So Mike Hammer. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You bet.
So you brought the big cheese with you.
I did. You know what? Everybody's got a boss, Kevin.
There you go. It's called a wife, isn't it?
That is a fact.
All right. Who would like to open with questions?
Real quick, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to close.
Oh,
the
please,
discussion.
please. Sorry.
So I just want to highlight a couple issues before we get into questions that may clarify some of the questions the council or the public may have. So overall, I do want to highlight that I'm very pleased with the overall process. Again, as we indicated, we have 5 very capable haulers send proposals in. We diligently went through those proposals. We reviewed them very carefully, saw what they had to offer. They're clearly all very much professionals, and looked at the service they were trying to provide. But ultimately, in the end, the number one thing that we were struck by was simply the seriousness of what Waste Management's proposal, the initial proposal, of the rates that they were offering. Honestly, they were staggeringly different than the other haulers. And again, what the reasons for that, we won't dwell on, but they came with a serious desire to continue to service Norco, and that was very compelling to the subcommittee that reviewed that. And to the point where even when we started negotiations, we still had outlying questions. And number one is, how can we still make it better? And through that process, when talking with Waste Management, the number one thing was that no hauler really offered a real meaningful solution was, how do we deal with manure and the impact to the community? Because we want to preserve this lifestyle. And financially, if we can lower that cost to the community, especially those larger lots, ranches that are servicing more equestrians, etc., that use the higher level services, except and use and scout service, we were pretty frank as a group to simply say, that's the thing we're going to ask for number one to eliminate. And when we first started negotiations, that's the only thing we started out with was, appreciate what you provided. We're glad you're here at this point, but we need you to do one thing for us to start off with before we go on further was, are you willing to eliminate scout service? Because there's a current line item, all the haulers had a line item for scout service, and it was a cost. Waste Management came back the next day and thought about it, and ultimately they said they understood the importance of that item to Norco and eliminated that item. It was not passed on to ratepayers. It's a straight out delete. So nobody is bearing that cost. I just wanted to highlight that point in that was a straight benefit to Norco. And I very much appreciate that because that goes a long way. As Carrie showed, it has a very significant financial impact to especially those entities that rely on scout service and do it multiple days a week, because each time it was over $50 to have that scout service come in. So that could have a very large impact on some of these larger ranches that really depend on that service. In regards to the service that Steve talked about, this is my first contract that I've been privileged to help negotiate, but I've managed other contractors in other cities for hauling. No contractor is perfect by any means. And they all have service issues because they involve human people and mechanical equipment that occasionally does make mistakes or it fails. So I want to emphasize the council and the community. While I appreciate and understand that when it impacts you, it feels, you don't like it, you don't appreciate it. None of us does when it comes to any of our service providers. But none of the 5 that proposed are going to be perfect, and they would have been any better, in my opinion, because all of them will have defaults in their services. So you're never going to eliminate that. What I do appreciate is Waste Management is coming up with options to try to be better at what they're acknowledging they have struggled with. Manure is a beast of its own as far as trying to service it, and I truly believe they're committed. To that end, ultimately, it's going to be staff's responsibility to keep them accountable. Whether it's waste management or any other hauler, that is our job now, and this contract provides the tools to do that. It's got a lot of specificity in it, specificity, detail. How about that? I'll say detail. So that it helps staff say where they're supposed to be doing it, how they're supposed to be doing it, so that if they don't, there are financial penalties for doing so. And that's how we're going to hold them accountable financially, incentivize them to do this right. Plus, obviously, we're going to be working with them on a daily basis, talking about the issues. They're about customer service. All haulers are. But I just want to emphasize, nobody's perfect in that regard. But we're going to help try to keep them accountable in that regard and keep the service level high as we can. In the meantime, we hope that reducing the rates as what they've offered and what we hopefully will accept tonight will soften that expectation in regards to that's a pretty good start. And that's what I'm really proud about, is that we're really lowering most of the rates across the board for most everything. It's not 100% perfect, but a lot of people are going to see the benefit of this. The other item I do want to highlight is that I think as a group, we were pretty aggressive on trying to establish a cap. We end up at 4%, which is 1% lower than Eastville or Corona. They're all at 5%. So we've capped it at 4%. And it's just done by CPI. We don't have to look at all the outside influences and this hauler or this third-party entity or trash company that's, or excuse me, a landfill company, and their costs went up. It's just whatever CPI is, it's that simple for us. And we're capping it at 4%. So I think that's kudos to the subcommittee and being hard and rigid about that issue, as we don't want that to impact our community. So that's a very big bonus. In regards to the things that we mentioned a little bit tonight, when it comes to like the chicken program that they're proposing to try to develop, basically using chickens as little organic machines to eat all the organic waste that people can choose to provide to them. They'll eat it. Like I was talking to Robert about it because I don't know anything about it. They'll just eat everything, anything. That's an interesting process. So there's not a lot of details about that program yet, but we're going to work on that very quickly to the goal of having something up and running by the end of this calendar. And our goal is it's Waste Management charge, but they're responsible for it. It's not me. They have to organize it. They have to put it together. They have to show the results, and then we'll tweak it and determine what we might do differently. But it's a program that we're going to keep evolving. Hopefully it becomes a success. Hopefully it becomes the benchmark for maybe other communities trying to do similar. That's our goal. But all that money goes to the program. It doesn't go to pay waste management staff. It doesn't go to pay third-party entities that might assist them. That's investment in buying the chickens, the feed, if we're going to buy cages, whatever we think we need to do to make it successful for residents, that's what we're looking at doing. But we don't have the details of that program yet, but we're going to work on it starting very quickly. Similar to like the recycling awards, that is something they do now. Again, we don't have the exact details of how they're going to do it, but basically they look to try to highlight one commercial and one residential customer for their efforts to try to recycle. They have their methodologies and how they do that. We'll work on that process to understand it better, what they'll do. That's kind of what they'll try to do each fiscal year or calendar year, to honor somebody and say and give them recognition for their efforts to recycle. And then also the scholarship program. That's a $10,000 scholarship program. The details aren't there yet either about how many scholarships we will give that $10,000. Whether it'll be one to one deserving Norconian student, or that'd be 5 at $2,000 each. We can mold that program to what we think we want it to be, and how that would be done, who participates in the process. That is very much open, and they're willing to do whatever Norco wants to do and how to do that. But it is highlighted in the agreement. It's for Norco students, meaning they live here. It's not for Corona residents that happen to go to Norco, or Eastville residents to go to Norco. It's related to our 2 high schools. And then it's also for not only just graduate programs or whatnot, but it's also for if you're doing a trade, if you want to do a particular trade and you want a scholarship for that, that's an option too. They basically will probably do some sort of essay program, we'll advertise it, but we'll give you the council, give you the details when we're rolling that out and working with them on that. And again, they're running that program. It's all going through Waste Management. We will only be involved as we choose to, is either on staff level and or at the council level. We'll give you those details. So I just want to at least highlight it. Unfortunately, I don't have the particulars how we will do ours, but we have a lot of work if and when this contract gets approved tonight. There's a lot of work for us to start on. And then lastly, I do want to highlight there were some minor edits that you should have a packet in front of you that I'm talking with Waste Management today, and based off actually some of the questions from council that I received, there's some minor changes that we tweaked in the contract that Waste Management already agreed to. One of those is on page 43. It has to do with clearing up the issue of the 3 individual dump events that residents have at their home where they can leave large bulky items out on the curb on the normal pickup day. And it kind of gave the impression that you get a maximum of 3 bulky items for the entire year. It's meant to say, and we've changed this, it's per event, you can do 3 bulky items and or it says here 10 32-gallon bags. So each of those events that you choose, if you do it 3 times, you basically get 9 bulky items total. And that's what we want to make sure we clarify. That's been changed in the agreement. The next one is for the, and this is something Carrie talked about, the city-sponsored events. In Exhibit 2, it lists all the city-sponsored events that Waste Management will assist by providing trash, recycling, or even manure bins for carts or boxes for those events. It lists that they would support up to 5. That's been changed to simply say they will support all the city events that are listed in Exhibit 2. So we've eliminated that. So that made a change on page 63 in which is 15.01.6. Now we've crossed out up to 5. So now it's all the events listed in Article 2. And we've done the same change in Exhibit 2, where it eliminates that reference to up to 5. They're basically agreeing to sponsor all those events. And the last one is just a minor edit that we failed to catch in our gazillion times reading this, is page 153, where it talks about city events hosted, host education booth. It did have a reference in here where it said Waste Management will recognize the county's recycling heroes. Clearly that should have been cities, so we've edited that to say cities. So I want to make sure I acknowledge those changes is part of the agreement that you approved tonight. It will include those changes. And then with that, we're happy to move on towards questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So who would like to lead off? Catherine.
So thank you. I sent, there's a packet out there. I sent a bunch of questions and a lot of them were answered in your presentation. There's just one question that I didn't get answered that is in the very last table of the staff report under the additional services, the rates. On the tablet, it's page 17. The second line item, the trip charge, dry run, commercial, and roll-off delivery relocation per occurrence fee or rate. I just wanted some clarification in what that is exactly.
It's the trip charge.
It is under the proposed service rates, additional services,
It's for
commercial. Mm-hmm.
So sometimes when we go and deliver equipment, if the customer does not indicate a specific location and we place it and they call us, hey, I need you to move it, that's the relocation fee. So it is a fee that is asked of us when the customer needs the equipment to be moved to a specific location once the cart or equipment has been delivered.
Okay, so that's the relocation. So is that, so the dry run, commercial, and roll-off, that all is encompassing the same type of event, just different
Yeah, and typically
ways to describe it?
just, it typically just tends to be used by roll-off customers because of the large type of equipment that, they're asking for to move.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. Thank you.
Berwin? Oh, I'm sorry.
Chad, on the street sweeper on every street now, right now they only do what, Hamner and 6th Street, maybe 2nd?
No, what they do is, right now, currently, our contractor does Hamner and 6th Street, which are the commercial corridors, once a week. And they do all the residential that has curbs once a month. So now this contract will do all streets in Norco, including private, and they'll do it once a month. And then the commercial, again, will still be weekly. But it now does every street in Norco under this agreement.
Because I've only ever seen them on Sixth and Hamner, and I thought maybe Second, but you're right, they do have to have a curb or.
In this contract, though, whether they have a curb or not, they're getting swept. So
Okay.
that's the distinction in this, is it will be any street, regardless of curbs or not. We'll get a street sweeper.
Once a week.
Once a month
Once
on
a month.
residential, and once a week on the commercial corridors.
Okay, all right. And then another question I had, y'all answer it later, because this chicken program, I know they're going to figure it out. Because I didn't think they're going to go around and give every household one chicken to eat their table scraps with, so. Chicken in every pot, yeah, that's an old saying, Lori. Okay, I got some questions or comments for later, but thanks for clearing that street sweeper up.
Greg, Robin?
As far as the chickens, that's Robin's expertise. Okay. I would just like you to, not so much a question, but if you would just touch on two things that weren't mentioned. The local office that we put part of this contract, and the non-exclusive element to manure. Thank you.
Sure. So with one of the items that is part of this, it was originally part of the whole RFP, so every hauler had this requirement, but Waste Management obviously agreed to that, is they're going to establish a local office that will be allowed Norco residents to come there to take payments, or come and establish service, or if you have a service issue, you can go and to that office and give your complaint or concern to that office. They have not established that office, but they will have to establish that office by July 1 when the contract starts, and we'll work with them on that. There may potentially be a transition to where we've talked a little bit, just as an example, we might have them at the City Hall for a week or two during that transition, and then they'll transition to their office, mainly because people are still going to be coming to us and not realizing they may have to go somewhere else to pay. But we're going to work all those details out. Once we have the specifics, we'll certainly announce it to council and out to the public and how the process go. But there will be a local office in Norco to serve Norco residents. And then the other item is the contract does identify that the manure service specifically, the contract in general is exclusive except for manure. So, and we purposely did that because we wanted to allow for other opportunities and also existing services that exist where entities are providing non-traditional manure service. We have some large ranches that currently use an outside service that comes in with their own tractor and dump truck where they pick up manure that's stockpiled per city requirements. They come in, physically pick that up, put it in a truck, and they take it away. So that type of service would still be allowed. We are going to modify the municipal code to clarify what those types of haulers need to be doing, and including must have business license, must have documentation, insurance, things like that. You must also provide all your tonnages, because we want that information for reporting per Cal Recycle's requirements. We want that third-party hauler to provide that material to us so we can report it. But the contract does highlight that if you're a hauler that's providing the same service currently now as Waste Management, you are excluded in that. So it's mainly to highlight if somebody's coming up with a different idea that doesn't duplicate what Waste Management does by providing carts and bins, then you can potentially provide that service as long as you coordinate that through the city.
Robin? I only have one. In terms of the sponsored community events, I'm wondering, will there be anything outside that in terms of, let's say, some nonprofit? Will you have that opportunity to open that up, or is it just going to be limited to those?
So I'm very proud to say that we currently support a lot of our nonprofits by providing them with free service as well as monetary. So, that would continue. Our commitment to the community would continue through offering free service to nonprofits for their events and things like that.
Is that something we need to put in the contract, or we actually trust Glenda?
Well, I think
I'm happy to give money, not my money away. So,
Did you hear that, sir? Because I have a list here that, is that something, I mean, you've always been very generous actually with the community.
So I think when in regards to waste management supporting the service of providing waste disposal, that's pretty much covered under here. We have another event that we're looking to do. It basically says not limited to in the exhibit, so that's covered there. In regards to their financial support of a lot of events that they've had done in the past, that is something we really can't regulate in an agreement. But the reality is Waste Management's track record of being a community partner. I've not seen them not participate in a local event in some way or another beyond providing help with the service.
I absolutely agree with that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And then I have a question for you. You do realize that robin is infecting you, and before you know it, you're going to have chickens in Eastvale? You do know that, right? You're going to be a poultry man. I can see it already. It's written.
I still haven't ridden a horse, so it's been 8 years, so I don't know.
Oh, Berwin, Greg, we got to get this guy a horse. Jeez, you know, there's one in front of one of the stores. Put in a quarter, and you could. All right. Do we have any public comments? We're going to get to that later, bro.
Our first speaker, you will have 3 minutes to speak. Kathy Campagna.
It's very nice to see you out and about, Kathy. Nice to see you.
Thank you. I'm just basically here just in support of waste management and our scout, Omar. Love this guy. I just want to say, like, he's become more than a scout, more than an employee, right, that just comes and services our property. My husband, Rick, as Kevin knows, recently passed away from West Nile virus. But Rick and Omar became real good friends. Right, every Monday they just sit out there and they talk. I mean, he was still working. I'm not trying to get him in trouble. He was working, I promise.
Kathy, the boss is here.
But he went above and beyond. He got to know my husband. He got to know me. And then even when my husband was in the hospital, he came to the hospital. He was there when my grandchild was born. And then now that Rick has passed, he was in the hospital for a couple months with West Nile, but he passed, and now Omar he's taking care of me. Like, there's peace in that, knowing that, sometimes, maybe the trucks aren't on time that are supposed to come do whatever they're doing, but he makes it right. He always makes it right. And so I appreciate him, and I appreciate waste management, but just know that there's people behind this contract that you guys are doing, right? There's people behind it, and they really do care about our community. They care about the people.
Thank you, Kathy.
Our next speaker is David Basaha.
Hi, David. Good to see you again.
Thanks for having me, council members. Mayor Bash. I'm a longtime Norco resident, and also I spent several years on the board of directors for the Chamber of Commerce, so I can kind of represent both sides of this. I spoke several months ago on behalf of Waste Management because I believe, as you have said already, that they're a great community partner, and they've done a lot of things for the city, and also I believe they understand our needs better than any of the other haulers could. I'm back here again now that it did go out for bid, and seeing that they not only beat all the other haulers, but they even obviously beat their own previous contract with more services as well. So I just want to encourage you to accept this and to pass this.
Thanks, David.
Our next speaker is Hissam Bagan.
Welcome to Norco, sir.
I have nothing to add, but I want to personally thank you for saving me from walking in the rain. Follow your white truck. Thank you.
I'm proud of that truck. Just got painted. Is that what the white streak behind it is?
The next speaker is Greg Bowen.
Hello, Mr. Bowen.
How are you? Thank you, guys. You guys did a great job bringing it in. One touch base, you're 9 points higher than everybody else. Savings to the other guys bidding out is 1.9 million. You took your costs back down last year. I'm going to go on and on, but you addressed the issue about the bins. Cut the bins down to 64. That means a lot to us because I've actually gone out and checked the weight of them, and it's the trucks. But doing that means you guys are looking for you're helping us out. The no cost scout is awesome. Thank you guys very much. I mean, that's everybody across the board. But I do want to touch base on a few things. Your area supervisor that's out there, phenomenal guy. Nate, I call him up. Man, it's like, if there's a problem, you file a complaint, it takes 2 weeks to get to him. And then
Can you
he
do
has
me a
to make
favor? Can you
decisions
speak
like
into the microphone?
so that makes it a little bit longer to get to you, and he said he's going to work on it. But your customer service, you know, Cindy, she's your customer service lady, phenomenal.
You have to address, we got hundreds of people watching us, maybe thousands.
Okay.
So you have to be heard.
Okay, and so she's phenomenal, but her boss doesn't need to be in that job. She's not good. But the problem I see is you got the Isuzu pickups, the ones that pick it up, and the Fords need to go just with empty loads and not. But other than that, that's all I got, and I think you guys did a great job, and thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Greg. You
Our
didn't
next-
realize if this had gone differently, you would have not been so happy. So we would have known who you are. Now we do.
Our next speaker is Kim Monday.
Hi, Kim.
I'm Kim Monday, and I've been a resident here since 1999. I've had manure service since 1999, and I've had bin service for almost 16 years. Prior to Omar, I had Bright, who trained Omar, and these guys take their job seriously. I actually have a relationship with Ricardo also from other properties that I go to work with horses and things. They are on time, they're courteous, they pay attention to the horses, they pay attention to what's going on around them. Omar is very special to me through his training with Bright. They're very close to my children, to myself. They take the time to get to know you and learn your property, your dogs, your family. And he's definitely more family than just an employee for waste management. I'm very in favor of keeping them. Like I said, they're on time. I know that I can clean my stalls, and my bin's going to be back in my yard at 8:30. And I don't have to wait and go, gosh, when am I going to be able to clean my stalls? So it's really nice that, you know, they put things back where they belong. Everything is replaced where it should be. And being courteous about the horses while we're riding, working with horses. They're not just there to pick up poop and run out of the yard. They really take the time to pay attention to their surroundings. And, you know, I really appreciate having their service all these years.
Our next speaker is Glenda Chavez.
Hello again. I'm Glenda Chavez, your waste management representative. I stand before you proud of this new agreement that you have in front of you. This agreement meets the needs of the city, its residents, businesses, and the equestrian community. Since the introduction of Senate Bill 1383, Waste Management has invested vast resources not only to build a team to support our cities, but also the infrastructure and programs required to meet these state mandates. This agreement helps the city of Norco reach compliance with SB 1383. This agreement will introduce new community-oriented programs that strengthen the city's rural lifestyle, something that I am very excited about. As Chad and most of you have mentioned, these new programs are the annual scholarship program, which is still in development, and also the chickens for Green Norco, which I've also been known to call it the Green Chickens for Norco, so I don't think that name is going to stick, but just a thought. And also compost giveaways. Last, this new agreement will reset the whole team. We will all go through comprehensive training before the start of the new agreement to fully understand the obligations it comes with and to ensure its success. We look forward to working alongside you, city staff, and most importantly, the Norco community. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Dave Morey.
Hi, good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Dave Morey, and I'm the district manager for the WM hauling that is directly responsible for Norco. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight, and on behalf of my team and especially our drivers, thank you for the opportunity to serve your community. I want to start off by acknowledging that we're not perfect. I know there are residents in Norco that can be very vocal about service issues, and rightfully so, and I appreciate that. I really do. Honestly, it's made us a lot better. What I want to share is some recent data around our service quality. Thus far in 2024, we had over 200,000 service points, and we have successfully serviced over 99.9 of those customers. With the award of this new contract and the enhanced service offerings, there will be additional training and deployment support to provide even better service. Again, not perfect, but I am proud of the quality of service that we provide, while still acknowledging there's always room for improvement. We've become really good at recovering and responding to issues, but we don't want to be in the recovery business. We want to get it right the first time. Whether we get a missed pickup or an email concern from Julie or the city, or heaven forbid an email from Chad, those bite a little bit, we're all over it. I will end by just saying that my entire team, especially our drivers, are committed in achieving our goal of providing perfect service to the residents of Norco. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
And our last speaker card is Bill Naylor.
Hello, William.
I know I've talked to you guys before when we had waste management before, and I had 4 points kind of wanted to hit real quick with. One was the first question was on can replacement. I understand that they're going to be willing to replace a can during the each year if it gets messed up or whatever. I have a little bit of a concern with that because usually what happens is it's the trucks, either they crunch them too much with the pressure, or when they're flipping the lids break off. Are we going to, as residents, be responsible to have to pay for the damage that they're doing? Now, I understand if we break them, we should pay for them. But if their trucks are breaking it, I don't think we should be paying for it. I do want to also indicate, as I did to you guys several weeks ago, it's because management's here, I want them to hear it, is that when we call up and let them know that there's a problem, like with the cans, I got a call, or I called in, and their staff actually lied to me. Now, I shouldn't say the person on the phone lied to me, but somebody did. When I called up and said, hey, you didn't pick up today. And we said, well, according to our truck thing, it says that no, your cans were not out. And as I'd indicated a couple of weeks ago, yes, the cans were out, and they're out on the whole block, and the whole block got missed that day. So I just don't like people not telling the truth. Now, that's something that you guys need to know. The other item that I had here is the time for replacement of stuff. When we call in and say, hey, okay, especially on our manure cans, if they're broken or not usable or whatever, they'll say, well, we'll get to it in 2 or 3 weeks. How many of you guys have some place to put the manure for 2 or 3 weeks if they can't come and pick it up? It's just not right. Overall, I looked at the contract. It looks pretty darn good. It's better than it's been in the past, and I really appreciate all the work staff and the city has done on that part of it. But I just wanted McRae's management to understand some of these other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One more speaker card, Jeff Cahan.
Hey, Jeff.
I just want to clarify real quick. Is this comment or can I actually ask questions too? Is it a public, is it a public hearing or is it just public comment?
Public comment, but if you have a question, we'll try to make sure we get an answer.
Okay. three things I just wanted to clarify for myself, and maybe other people have the same. Greg, you mentioned, and Chad, you mentioned there's a 4% yearly cap. So I just want to make sure if one year the CPI is really crazy at like 12%, we're going to be thankfully capped at 4%. But if the next year CPI is like only 1, we're only going to get a 1%. There's not like a rollover or anything, right?
So I'll have to, after you're done, I'll have Chad answer all your questions.
Okay, so that was a question. I appreciate, somewhere in the presentation it said if you want a second recycle bin, they'll offer a second one at no cost. Okay, that's great. I've already got 2 recycle bins, so it sounds like I'm going to get a nice break if my second one is going to be comped. Now, I also have 4 green bins because I have 86 trees, so I need a lot of green bins. So I guess the question would be, if my first one's paid for, my second one's comped, what's the price on the additionals above 2? If you could clarify what that extra cost would be. And then, the separate billing, right? We're going to do separate billing. So right now I have my water bill comes and it's got my water and sewer and everything, trash, everything rolled into one. I also have it automatically debited out of my checking account, so it's all automatic. Do I assume the city's going to share that information and it's going to be seamless for me, where they just, all of a sudden I get 2 bills, I get 2 ACH deductions out of my checking account? Or do we have to go through a whole, everybody has to re-enroll, or how does that work? That would be a question just for the smoothness or non-smoothness of that billing transition. So
we'll have Chad or whoever answer those questions.
Okay.
City manager.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
That's all I had.
I have no further comments, Mayor.
No further comments. Closing public comments. Chad.
So to answer, I appreciate all the comments, and to answer the actual question at the end. So yes, the 4% cap is just that. So, but we have a specific CPI that we are all looking at, and if the CPI is 2, that's the rate adjustment they get is 2. There's no rollover. They don't, because the next year's 12. If it is 12, they only get 4. That's the cap. So there is no rollovers, and it is what it is. As long as it's not over 4%, that's the number they get, and that's how that's established. The other item was in regards to the additional carts that are now being offered for free. And again, this was part of the RFP that we wanted to really incentivize, and we required all the proposers to offer this as part of the base rate, was that you get a bundled service, and then on request, you can get a second recycling cart and you can get a second green waste cart. So obviously, if somebody has just the one, they'll get a reduction overall because you're paying for that extra cart. In regards to your scenario, and where you have you have 4 green waste carts. So in this service schedule here, what they're going to be charging for the 3rd, 4th, 5th cart is, additional green waste cart is $15.64 each one. It's currently $7.12. And then regarding billing, yeah, so your 3rd and your 4th will have that fee. And then the last question, which was related to billing, we actually have not had direct question or discussion about that. That's a very good question about whether or not we would take that information automatically, whether we provide that. We would certainly work with Waste Management on that process, whether or not how they prefer to do that. But Glenda, if you have any thoughts about what you guys have done.
Or you have something on that?
Defer to Glenda on the specifics of the transition, but just generally, I don't think we would be free to share banking information with Waste Management that we have. So just conceptually, I don't think we can do that. Everyone's nodding yes. Lisette's nodding yes. So Glenda, maybe you can speak to that. So the initial first bill from Waste Management will be a hard copy. Once you get your invoice, you'll have your account information, and you'll be more than able to create a WM account where you could set up your preferences, whether you want to be paperless, pay through your bank. So you'll have those options, but you would have to set them up because, like Lori said, we don't typically get information from the cities when we get the account information. We basically get your service level, your address, things like that, but nothing in regards to banking.
Okay, does somebody have some questions? Okay, so the lids, the cans not out, trying to correct that, replacement,
yeah.
taking less than 2 weeks, and the contract looks good.
Okay, well, I'll answer the cart questions. Obviously, when a cart is damaged, whether it be by our trucks or they fall in, we will replace them at no charge. So if it happens frequently, there will be no charge for you. If there is damage from, the customer, they still get one free cart every year. So that would be still the plan. And then typically what happens is when we get a cart order for a replacement, it typically gets done on your service day. So if you're calling to say my wheel is broken on the day of the service, we ask that you keep that cart out and we'll switch it out with a new one. If the cart falls in to our trucks, then we will replace it immediately because we do understand that you need your cart. So, and that was an issue that was out of your control. So, we will typically our drivers do report them, but if you have, you want to give us a call still too to let us know, we appreciate that, and we'll make sure that you get your replacement. Typically, our standard is that we do provide it on the next service day. So if it is taking longer, please let me know, and I will look into it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'll definitely address that internally.
All right, thanks, Linda. Any comments? All right, Robin, you have some comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things, just for information of the public. We took the RFP process very seriously. I know under the last kind of election cycle, waste collection and manure collection in particular was kind of a hot topic. And so I know I gave my word to the residents that we would go out for bid. So we've met that, obligation to do that. This notebook right here, this is all these are all the bids that came in and all the reading that the subcommittee got to do regarding what the proposals were. And we did read through all of the documentation. I want to let the public know there were some other proposals that had some really unique proposals on ways to handle manure, some really great ideas. And I hope that they maybe explore those, but the fact of the matter is, as the council, whoever was going to take this contract had to be ready for Norco manure on July 1, period. And so it's great to have ideas and options out there for collecting things, but the fact of the matter is you have to be able to implement. And I don't know that all of the folks that were here in the proposals were going to be able to implement on July 1. So I just want the public to kind of know that. I'm super excited about the fact that there's little provisions in the contract that really are tied to Norco uniquely. The chicken program is going to be something that I think has the potential to really be kind of a flagship thing for waste management and something going forward for them. I'm excited about the potential for increased education in our community, because when we look at the organics and we look at the chicken program and we look at the scholarships and the composting, it all comes down to making sure our residents know what's available from waste management, what kind of support and education that waste management can provide. And so that's going to be one of the things that I in particular are, I'm going to be looking at and watching for, because I want to make sure that our residents have the access to the resources that they need. If you want a kitchen pail, you're going to get one from Waste Management. I currently have a feed bucket under my sink for that, so I'm kind of excited about getting a kitchen pail. If you want a composting bin, you're going to have the opportunity, they'll do, I think it was $500 a year or whatever for residents to get a composting bin. So those things are super exciting to me because I think it can make a difference for our residents, and it helps to promote and enhance that agricultural lifestyle that we take very seriously here. The process was long. It was a lot of reading and a lot of work. And so I just want to say thank you to my colleagues on council for allowing me to go through this. Chad, thank you for your work, and the consultants. Thank you as well. Carrie spent a lot of time with us as well. And I have learned, I can't even tell you how much I've learned. Like there's this whole like language around trash, and it's a whole thing. So I've just been super grateful for the opportunity. Again, thank you to staff and to R3 for all of the work. I'm proud of what we were able to do, and certainly hope that the residents of Norco see the benefit for the work that was done.
Thank you, Robin. Catherine?
Yes. So just in terms of one of the questions that was asked about the cart replacement, there is specific language in the contract about that for each type of service. And so if the cart is damaged by through the process from waste management, it has to be replaced within 5 work days, and the same of being notified by a resident or a city official that there's something wrong with the cart or a wheel broken or what have you. The contract stipulates that timeline in which the cart would need to be replaced. So there is specific language to keep that within a certain time frame, which I appreciate. And then I just wanted to touch on and thank the subcommittee for their work, for all the reading that they did. So the other 3 of us didn't have to, I mean, we weren't able to, right? Because that would have been a council meeting, but, appreciate that, and the subcommittee and all of the time and effort and the negotiations, because we have a really solid contract here. And I know our residents are excited about that. And one of the exciting things that is in here is that chicken program. And so I had reached out to Robin and to Glenda last January, because I saw there was a French village in France that gave out free chickens. They gave everybody who wanted them 5 free chickens to reduce waste, right? Because they were eating the scraps in it. And then it talked about how it built community in their town, because then, people left. They needed someone to watch their chickens. So then they were talking to the neighbors, and they're, sharing eggs. And then I was looking to see, has anyone done it, not in Europe, right? And so the city of Austin did it. And they were working towards a 0 waste goal. And so their program was, if you took a chicken, a class about chickens, right? Education for people who wanted to keep them, and you bought a coop, you could get a $75 rebate. And the reason being, right, is that they reduce food scraps, right? Chickens will eat almost anything. So it reduces waste. They give fresh eggs. They help create healthy soil. And then the real reason, and I sent Robin a YouTube video about this, she knows this very well. I am new to this, but chickens are the gateway drug to livestock. And so if we get people to start keeping chickens, if we can give out some free chickens, they're good for the environment, but they also are a gateway drug, right? So they get people into the lifestyle. And so because this has happened to me, I started out with 5 chickens. Now I have, over 20, 2 ducks, and I had to get a dog to protect the chickens. Now I'm going to have to get a dog to keep the dog company. And then it's like, someone's like, what your dog needs? Your dog needs a goat. And I'm like, okay, now I got to get a goat, right? And so it just goes from there. And so it really fits in with our goals in terms of sustainability, but it also is an important piece. And we used to be, as our historian knows, right? We started as a chicken place. That was really what Norco was started for, and we had our egg ranch and all that. So it's really something unique. Eastville, you can have chickens, but they don't have a chicken program. So we are doing something really unique and special, and all of the other things that are in this contract. So, but that just has a special place in my heart, because as we were trying to start it, we went into this having to go out to bid. So as it was maybe going to happen, we had to hold back because there was an end of contract that was coming. So I'm very glad to see it in there.
So Chad, cows are returning to Eastville through the chicken. I can see it now. You're going to have cows in your backyard. Berwin.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody again that did all the hard work on this contract. And I think that it will really help the horse owners this time by eliminating the scout service, because with the price of hay and everything, it's put a hardship on a lot of horse owners to have that extra $53 a month tacked on their bill. But thanks again, everybody, and for all the work you've done, and it'll be interesting to see about them chickens, girls.
Thanks. So I wasn't pulling your legs when I said that Chad's worked on this 7 days a week, because we've had conversations on Saturdays and Sundays, and all these little things would come up. A couple of things. So one of the unintended consequences of eliminating the fee for the scout service, and that we've all seen it, is the residents that leave their 2-yard bins out in the public right of way, which technically is a code enforcement issue that we kind of look the other way. So Chad and I had run all those numbers of how many had pickups once a week, how many had pickups every other week. But I think now that you can have the scout service take that container out of the public right of way and put it anywhere on your property, I think that's just going to make a generally a better appearance in town. And I think that'll be a good consequence to see. One of the other little things that came up, and I think this is going to be more on communications, and like the shredding, when we have the cleanup twice a year at Engels Park, okay? The city has been paying for that shredding service for the residents. Waste Management will now provide that. And I believe you're going to provide a couple other services that go along with those bulky waste pickups, but I can't recall them at this time. Or they're coming. But I think overall with Waste Management's communications department and our communications department, that how we'll get this message out, from now forward to July. So I think that's going to hopefully eliminate a lot of the questions. And in our interview with Waste Management, that was one of their stronger suits on during that with communication. So I think that should be a successful rollout. I did want to recognize Lisette. She sat in on a couple of our meetings. She has a monumental task ahead of her with her and her staff. And I just know this transition going from our trash bill showing up on our water bill to coming independently from Waste Management will be a seamless transition. If we can do a fire department, we can do this. So, and lastly, since the president of your division's in the audience, I do want to compliment your scout drivers, all your drivers, but especially I want to compliment Glenda. And because she's the person that a resident would call me with a complaint, and I'm calling Glenda, and she's always been 100% successful and responsive for years. I pick on her, but it's okay. As long as you say that, we're good. So,
Is that what that was? Love?
yeah. Trash love. But thank you all very much.
So I've been with not Waste Management. What was it called before? Western. Yeah, I've been with them since April 1st, 1995. And I have a complaint. 2009. You broke a sprinkler. It took 2 hours to get it fixed. I'm kidding. No, I mean, I love the drivers, and it goes all the way back to April 1st. I've been very happy with them. And that was even before I was on council, because some people say, well, you're just because you're on council. Well, I was with them a lot longer than that. They have come on my property since April 1st, 5 days a week since then. And when you stop and think about it, I have one sprinkler that was broken. It's pretty amazing. So I've been very happy with the service. Some of the things I really like about this is I really like the $10,000 to the scholarships. That's fabulous. I really like transitioning from the billing to the customer service, from city staff to the contractor. The website I love. I love all the 64-gallon things. Scout service, I made it right up front. I wasn't voting for this if you didn't get rid of the Scout service. And my only regret is that I couldn't talk people into it in the 3 weeks that we had to negotiate this contract before. Storm drain cleaning, phenomenal. Manure service, non-exclusive, fantastic. I like the rules. I am just really happy with this contract. And I want to, she's going to point at everybody else and say they all did it. But Lori, thank you. You weren't here for the contract before. And it was like done super fast with lots of residents and lots of input. And it didn't come out as well as I would have hoped. And so I want to throw it to you, the staff, to the council. I am totally with Catherine. When it was nice, I didn't have to read that. I really appreciate it. So with that, I am going to ask for a motion. I make a motion that we approve this contract.
Can I get clarification? There's 4 recommendations. Like,
Well, let's start
do
with
they
the
all
fir-
have to be separate, Colin, or can it all just be under what Kevin just said?
It can all be one motion. Yeah,
Awesome.
Yeah, I'd ask. So I'm recommending all 4 be approved.
I'll second.
Please vote.
So congratulations, Mr. President, for having a great staff. Oh, President.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, moving on. I don't think because we started late, we don't need a break, or does anybody? It's 9 o'clock. Let's move forward. Let's move on to the next item. Moving on to 5B, Director Anglin.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council and residents. I don't know how to follow up with waste management other than a simple update with feral pigs tonight. As you know, most recently, wild boar have been leaving the riverbed at night, unwelcome residents, damaging and causing a nuisance to city property as well as residents' yards. Most importantly, it has affected Clark Field. 3 episodes. Thank you.
Hang on just one sec. I hate to say this, can we just kind of hold it down a bit, go outside? Thank you. Continue.
So we had 3 episodes of damage at Clark Field, Community Center front lawn, and neighborhoods near Rialani, Poly Drive, and Queens Road. Unfortunately, we are not alone. City of Corona has the same problem, as does JCSD at their community park. Here you'll see some damage. The left one is at Clark Field. Clark Field. That's in the outfield. It has been damaged right field, left field, center field multiple times. Those boar are just going underneath and grabbing all the grub. The right picture is of the community center front lawn, and both of these instances have impacted rentals, youth sports groups at Clark Field, and rentals for bocce ball at the community center. I want to thank the facilities and maintenance crews for getting those fixed so quickly and getting people back into their rental facilities. The solution for this is the City of Norco has entered into a professional service agreement with Heritage Custom Landscape, HCL, not to exceed $25,000 to trap, humanely euthanize, and remove the feral pigs in the area in accordance with the depredation permit granted to the city by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Now onto the process. Net traps will be baited during daylight hours, and the bait is a fermented mash. that I understand the feral pig just absolutely love. And they will be monitored 24/7 by cellular-based trail cameras with real-time feed to HCL cell phones for timely response. Dispatching of feral pigs will occur between the hours of sunset to sunrise and with some accentuating circumstances during daylight. This has been a proven method to remedy the solution or the problem. No disturbance to residents or neighborhoods will be happening, and notices have been issued to local neighborhoods in the vicinity of the activity. And I just want to mention that we are cooperating with Riverside Sheriffs and notifying them of when dispatch will be going out. They'll be working hand in hand with HCL so that they know exactly when they'll be going out there dispatching and picking up the feral pigs. And with that, we will be starting, hopefully, if the weather doesn't get too wet, within the next week. But there has to be some dry area for the contractor to get down into an area where he can bring his equipment, set the traps, and get out the pigs and the equipment at the same time, safely.
Berwin, any questions? Greg? Catherine? Robin? Can you do me a favor? Is there a way to get some digital, because I'm getting some letters or emails from people saying, how dare I take out the feral pigs? So could you just send me a couple of these photos so I can
absolutely
let people see the kind of damage that's occurring?
Well, they're not native, right? They're not native to the riverbed, so they're not a species that's supposed to be in that
they're wild pigs that
Yeah.
over the years get loose, get released. I mean, we've been dealing with them for years. I remember when they were chasing us on horseback back in the 60s.
They're not very nice.
No. Do you have, they're very ugly. Do you have?
They're supposed to be tasty. They're supposed to be tasty.
Yeah, I've heard, no, I've heard they're very yuck.
Gamey. We have no public comments,
All
Mayor.
right, so no public comments. I'm closing public comments, bring it back to council. Do we have any? All right.
We'll see how many we catch. We'll report back after our first catch and the future of the depredation.
All right, this is receiving.
Yes, sir. I will not be eating them.
All right, this is receive and file. Moving on to 6, public hearing, order of presentation for public hearing items, staff report presentation, council questions of staff, open public hearing, a public comment, closed public hearing, council discussion and action. Director Robles.
Good evening, council. This agenda item, agenda item 6A is Zone Code Amendment 2024-01. So So Zone Code Amendment 2024-01 is a city-initiated amendment to our ADU ordinance to bring it into compliance with state law. As a city council may recall, we updated our ordinance last year, sent it to HCD. HCD reviewed it, sent us a letter, and it was provided to you in your packet. Basically, that you're fine except for these items. So the reason why we're here is to amend our municipal code section we related to ADUs to be compliant with state law. So just very briefly, the first change has to do with the way our code is written right now. It does not allow the sale of ADUs separate from the main dwelling. According to the California government code, there needs to be provision in our code for a narrow exception. Basically, if it's built or developed by a qualified nonprofit organization. So our municipal code will be amended to allow that. Under normal circumstances, it doesn't, but it will be amended to allow that exception under certain circumstances in compliance with state law. So the second change has to do with attached ADUs. We limit it to no more than a 2-bedroom. The state law requires us to allow to have more than 2 bedrooms. So the municipal code will be amended to make that provision.
Thirdly, the section of the code, there's just a typo referencing the incorrect section of the government code. And the junior ADUs, the provision right now is that they only have an exterior entrance to the ADU. However, the government code or the state law requires that if they're share a bathroom, there has to be an interior entrance to the main dwelling. So the section of the code will be amended to reflect that. And lastly, and this is probably the one that's a little more extensive, the section of the code pertaining to the number of ADUs on a property is going to be replaced in its entirety. Basically, it's just item A as noted right here. So right now, the way our code is written, it allows one ADU and one junior ADU. The state law requires us to allow up to 3 ADUs, basically one new ADU, attached or detached, one junior ADU, and one ADU converted from a conversion. So what I did to kind of help clarify this, made a little diagram. So you're allowed one either new attached or detached ADU, a second ADU in the form of a junior ADU, and then a third ADU from a conversion, be it a detached existing structure or a portion of the existing dwelling. So with that, I will conclude.
Bring it back to council. Any questions, Greg?
Staff is recommending approval.
Couple of questions, Alma.
Sure.
On the, maybe I'm just a little confused on this. On the selling the property, separation on that. So typically, if, let's say we have a 1 acre lot and they want to do a lot split, you're required to have 80 feet of frontage?
Correct.
Okay. How does that requirement work with this if?
My understanding, and again, this is my understanding, it's the way it works, the way it works, it's not, doesn't cause by a subdivision, but rather it's similar to what you would find in a commercial zone. Like for example, there is a property owner, but they can't sell the buildings. So my understanding is that's the way it would be allowed. If it's basically a nonprofit or organization owning the property and being able to sell the structure.
But we wouldn't have a frontage requirement then?
That is correct.
I don't like that.
Agreed.
And would that only be for that situation, or would that also be for residential?
That would only be for that narrow exception.
That little
exception, which
exception,
is very uncommon unless it's specific to a qualified nonprofit organization. And then there has to be an affordability criteria there.
So then there would be no frontage requirement?
My understanding is it would, as long as it complies with the other development standards, we're talking about the structure, the ADU structure, then no. But again, it's a very narrow exception.
It's a one-off, basically.
Very narrow.
Okay, so then on number of accessory buildings per lot, the way that's laying out is, where do we put our, okay, I just see it now, our animal keeping area? That would still be determined by the overall size of the lot?
Yes,
or, go ahead.
It's according to the number of animal units on the property. Yeah. So I got to admit, I drew that drawing, so I made sure I put the pack or the animal keeping area.
You know, I got to tell you, Alma, it's a world better than the old Steve King drawings, okay? All right, I got something up my sleeve, but
And
I'll
polish my drafting skills.
Alma knows what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Thank you.
Catherine? Robin? I don't have any questions. Do we have any public comments? Oh, Berwin, I'm sorry. I thought I called you. I apologize.
Greg,
ask the question about the sale. Has anybody tried to sell these after they put them on their property?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, as long you can sell it as a property with the, you know,
Well, I
with
mean,
the-
they built one in the backyard. Have they tried to sell it or?
as, I don't believe they can. They can't do that right now unless, again, it's only with that narrow exception from the government code.
Remember, this is Norco.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may just add also to Mayor Pro Tem's comment. So our position is that animal keeping area still needs to be accommodated regardless of the additional 3 ADUs. So we've discussed this with other development spots about this. So that's our position. We believe that to be true, and we don't see any state law to the contrary. So we're going to continue to do that at the staff level.
Thank you. Now any public comments?
Yes, we have one. Greg Bowen.
Yeah, I've built 2 of them in Riverside, and I really don't want them in Norco. If there's any way possible that we can try to avert these things from not coming in, because the problems we have in Riverside and other areas, and I've gone to classes with my brother, he's a city inspector, and is parking. And we have animals, like up there, where are we going to put the animals? When you fill them up with properties, there's no place for animals. And basically, the traffic, I mean, you go by Buzz's, there's a 2-story house over there. He's got 15 people living there, and you can't drive down there, and you go to pull in a certain person, Greg pulls into his driveway. The street's all plugged up. He can't even get his horse trailer in and out because people are parking up. That's what's going to happen. Is they're going to crowd the streets, and next thing you know, there's going to be no parking on the streets. Riverside they don't address that issue in Riverside. When I built the ones I did, you park wherever you want. I built mine accordingly so I could park them all separately, but they don't care. It's not part of their thought process is when they're doing these things. And we have to really think about, well, where are we going to park all these cars? I don't want them in there. I mean, sure, I think it does build up the property value, but so does horse property. But it's going to be a headache for you guys. I mean, it's going to be more people parking. It's going to be atrocious because they're going to be parking out in the street. People are going to be complaining because they're parking in front of your house. You're not going to be able to get mail. Trash pickup days are going to be, it's just, I see it right now in Riverside. So if there's any way we can address those issues, that would be great. Or we can do away with it altogether. But that's all I got.
Thank you, Greg. Anybody else?
No further comment, Mayor.
Closing public comments. Alma, so the way that the state of California is inflicting this upon all cities is you don't have to require parking, correct?
The only way that, and it's in our ordinance and the state is okay with it, is for the newly constructed either attached or detached ADU, we can require 1 parking space. For a conversion, we cannot, or for a junior ADU, we cannot.
What kind of ADU?
You cannot require it for a junior ADU or for a conversion. However, you can require it for a new attached or detached one. That's the way our code is written, and the state hasn't said anything about it. One thing I forgot to mention is that once after the second reading, this ordinance will be resubmitted, or the changes will be resubmitted to HCD. So just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, just so everybody's clear, we're trying to legalize. We've got hundreds of ADUs all through the city of Norco. We're trying, but it's incredibly expensive. And last night I was at the school board meeting, and they're all great people. But I saw the financial report. I was surprised. I mean, for example, they said that the governor said that the deficit was $58 billion when actually he's saying it's $38 billion. We just got a report from WRCOG where now the Office of Finance is saying that it may be over $100 billion. And so the school district, I think they have enough to get through this coming year, but they're going to try to reduce classes. And I just sat there going, what the heck? We're fortunate we have a very well-run school district in a lot of ways, but one of the big stumbling blocks for ADUs and trying to legalize them is the fees for the schools. It's like, and right now, the school district's all happy because they've got the money, but they're clawing back from state parks, they're clawing back from cities, they're clawing back everywhere they can. They're trying to claw back money, some of which is half spent. So it's a really difficult situation. The ADUs in Norco actually in some ways work very well, provided you have parking because they're already here, but legalizing them is very difficult. That said, what I resent most about this is the fact that you're taking away the local control who knows best. Government works best when you are closest to the people, meaning the person at that podium. A lot of people disagree with that, and they all live in Northern California, and they have most of the voting power up there. So I don't like passing these things. I don't like approving these things, but developers and people that want to put these in, they have the #1 army to support them, the state of California. They will come in and they will smack us down. And you really, unless you want to try to fight them, I mean, Bill Asaley, he says it's all unconstitutional. The problem is, how do you get past the Ninth Circuit? And it's just without having, $100 million. You've had Newport and some of those that have tried to fight some of these things. And SB 9, I think SB 10 was smacked down too, wasn't it? Didn't the AG win that one? Was it 9 that he won, and now 10, I guess, was gone before court? We're just fortunate that so far a historic district has held up. So are there any other comments or anything? Greg? Yeah.
Your highly detailed slide.
Can we get back on this one? You mean my little drawing?
Yeah, your drawing.
Cool.
We'll call it a chicken scratch since that's the tone for the evening. Yep. So just thinking out loud, if we were in the future to increase our animal keeping area, okay, yeah, right now we use 576 square feet per animal unit. If that was to increase and we increase the AKAs, would it still it would condense like attached or detached or conversions? Is there separation between those buildings that is a requirement?
Based on our municipal code, it's 10 feet. So that stays. It's just the setback from property line. Remember, and I probably should have placed it closer, but you can come as close as 4 feet to the property line. So, yeah. So if you increase the animal keeping area, keep in mind that we have to allow, again, at least 850 square feet in a detached.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I understand with ADUs, but like in a case like this, it's now just jamming a whole bunch of 10 pounds into a 5-pound bag. I'm just kind of thinking out loud on that. If there was some way to soften that impact. That's all. It's not really a thing.
Catherine? Robin? Do I hear a motion to approve? We have a move to approve by Berwin and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Newton.
Mayor, can I read title?
Yes.
This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Norco, California, approving Zone Code Amendment 2024-01, a city-initiated amendment to Title 18, Section 183046, accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, updating provisions related to accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and junior accessory dwelling units, JDUs, to comply with state ADU law.
I accidentally closed my box.
Okay.
Mayor Bash.
Aye. All right. Moving on to,
Motion passes unanimous.
thank you. Moving on to city council staff communications. City staff, anything to say? Yes, Dana.
I just want to thank the community for coming out and submitting your ballots, coming to City Hall. We had good response from our community, thanking us for having the ballot box there. We ended up with over 800 ballots that we received at City Hall throughout the few weeks that we had the ballot box there. We're looking forward to working with the ROV again for the November election. I felt this year it was much more smooth. It went a lot better with our aides that were coming in and picking up the ballots, getting us the information, and it just went much more smoother for the public to have more options on the voting website for them. And it was Sophia's first election, and so she got to see how much fun it is to stay and enjoy the community. So thank you.
Both Chris and Sophia, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Any other staff member? Colin? Lori? Berwin? Greg?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to have either 2 or 3 different requests on this. One, I'd like to, for our next meeting, it's March 20th, agendize reconsideration of Resolution 2024-03. That's one item I'd like placed on the agenda. Second, and I may ask Colin to help me with this, the second part is based on the vote for the reconsideration, I'd like to just pause what we're doing now on this employee medical and take it back to square one. I feel we don't have all the information, even though we have a workshop coming up that this is coming bits and pieces. It seems like we're calling audibles all the time, and I'm just no longer confident with this. So that would be my second item I'd like placed on the agenda. That's up to the mayor to call for that.
We have a motion and a second. Catherine on the second, but thank you, Berwin. So are we still going to have the workshop?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So we'll please vote.
Yeah, and as you vote, I can clarify if you rescind the motion, when you reconsider that resolution, that effect gets you back to square one, because that resolution is what has started the ball, if you will. So by rescinding, you do go back to square one in terms of the pause.
Still under discussion in part of what I've been reading with your emails, that one of the next steps would be to rescind that resolution to keep moving forward. Or that's somewhere where I've gathered that statement.
Yeah, so not this resolution, but there's another resolution we would have to rescind.
Right.
So you haven't taken that action yet. So by rescinding this resolution, that would be the pause, I think that you're suggesting.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't.
I just want to, yeah, it's like reconsideration, rescind this resolution and stop, okay? And then, because I still haven't gotten the answer to what's the rush to do this, right? I think we need to study it out and proceed in a diligent manner. It's becoming too much of a mess, too many emails to read from retirees that, like I said, I almost feel like just every day we're having to call an audible, and it's not the professional approach.
Well, it's under discussion. So either way, the workshop will be happening at the next meeting. And then the item will be placed on the agenda after the workshop for discussion. So I'd like to offer a substitute motion. Can we put that item up for discussion and then action can be taken in whichever way the council decides? So to substitute, instead of rescinding the resolution, just that the resolution will be on the agenda for discussion, in which case action on it could be taken, however the council decides.
I'd like to ask Colin,
So,
because I'm still a little confused on that. My motion was to reconsider,
I thought it would, right, to rescind.
to rescind, right?
what I heard, Mayor Pro Tem, what I heard your motion was 3 actions. Number 1 was vote to reconsider. So assuming that passes, then you would actually reconsider it. Assuming that passes, then you would actually take a vote as to whether to pause future actions. That would be 3 actions that I agree. So,
But the only action that's going on the agenda is to bring that item back up to reconsider. Because you can't make is he making a motion to rescind something at a future meeting? Like, that's the action that would be taken, no?
it would be to reconsider, and I think you could do it where you could set all 3 at the same meeting. So let's take a motion to reconsider, and if that fails, then the other 2 items are off. Well, I guess the third one, to pausing future action, would still be on, but you can have both motion to reconsider and the actual agendized reconsideration on the same agenda. You just wouldn't reach item 2 unless you pass item 1.
Right, but my substitute motion would be, can it just be to reconsider and then the action that's taken be decided at that meeting?
Yes, that counts.
That would be my preference, just because we're going to have the discussion after the workshop and we're going to take an action one way or the other after we have that information and the retirees get to ask all their questions, and hopefully we're all in a place where we have consensus in terms of moving forward.
Workshop is a week from today, at the 13th, March 13th at 6 p.m. Can I make a suggestion, Mayor Pro Tem? You might want to also make your motion to put this on for the 13th, put it on for the workshop. In other words, do you want to wait till the 20th, or would you prefer to move it up to have the opportunity to enact that on the 13th? That's something to consider.
Can we take that action at a workshop?
Yes.
If it's on the agenda, yeah.
Yeah, Berwin. Yeah. Can you talk into your microphone? We have thousands of people watching.
Okay.
I want to fact check.
But on the 13th, one of our deals, a workshop is on the bleachers. And then we're gonna have the, okay, all right, thank you.
So I made a substitute motion. I didn't get a second, but I'll amend that motion to indicate that can we have the item to be reconsidered at the workshop at our next meeting?
So under discussion, the one thing I want to make sure that we all keep in mind, and I will go along, I totally understand where people are coming from. I'm not real happy with the process. But the big problem we have is in the past, we had extraordinarily generous benefits. You could work literally a few months and have lifetime health care, and it's not something that's sustainable. We don't have that anymore, but we still have very good benefits. And the idea is we've got to try to protect the retirees that we have now, first and foremost. So I just want to make sure people understand that we're not trying to take any benefits away, but going forward, we have to make a hard choice. I don't know what that hard choice is. But that said, I'm not happy with how this whole thing's laid out. And most of the people calling me are my friends. I mean, they've been around long enough. I remember when they worked here. So what is the motion, Greg? I think do you want to do it to the 13th, or what do you want to do?
But I'm good with Catherine, so let's do it at the workshop.
Do you want to second my motion and then substitute motion gets voted on first?
I'll second your motion, and then we'll vote on your substitute motion.
Can you restate your
Yeah,
motion?
so my motion was that we will reconsider the resolution. I don't have the number in front of me. I can find it.
2024-03.
2024-03 at our next council meeting during the workshop on the resolution and the rollout department to take any action the council so wishes.
Second.
And if that motion passes, we will schedule the actual vote on the reconsidered motion for a future meeting.
For the next meeting in which we're having the workshop. Oh, but we can take action at the workshop if it's on the agenda.
We can, but the question is, do you want to have the ability to actually rescind the resolution at the next workshop? Yeah. That would take
Yeah.
two actions.
Can we not do it at the same time? If it's
Yeah,
like, if you have a discussion, you can rescind it without having that literally spelled out because it's on the agenda, right? Yeah.
It is. I just wanted to make sure that there were two actions on the agenda. I think I'm clear, and I'm sorry. I think I made things more confusing than they needed to be.
Yeah. I just wanted it to be on there so we could do whatever we wanted without saying that that's what we were going to do.
Basically, we're just moving it up a week. Right. Lawyers have that tendency, don't they, to confuse things?
Please vote. And motion passes unanimous.
Greg, anything else? Catherine? Robin?
Yeah, kind of on that same topic. When we have the workshop next week, can we get an update on when folks receive their checks? Like I sent an email this morning. There's still folks that have not received their checks as of 7 o'clock this morning before I went to work. So if we can have an update on that check rollout and when folks receive their payments, please. That's it.
Okay, I have a few things. First off, one of the things that's really bothered me is the backyard trails. A person who decides to build an ADU, they do not go from what you would think would be the fence line. They actually, the footage begins at the middle of the trail. So we have an ADU, which I do not think is correct. That is an easement, that's a right-of-way. So you have ADUs backed right up to the fence because they're using the middle of the trail as their property. If that's the case, I don't want to take over the backyard trails and I want to start citing people for not taking care of the trails. Or I want to make sure that it's 5 feet from what would be the traditional property line, and it's not from, because there's one place, beautiful ADU, but it's right next to the fence. And I had this problem before, so I'd like you to look at that, and if we can agendize that and look at it, I think it's wrong. For example, most people don't know this, I own to the middle of the street on Pedley Avenue. Now, it's considered an easement, but it's a very special easement. So does that mean that if I have a setback, I go from the middle of the street? No, of course not. So why are they going from the middle of the trail to the back of that ADU? So if we can clarify that, it'd be really nice.
Yes, Mayor, if I may, this item, a discussion concerning backyard trails was already agendized by the council. I believe Mayor Pro Tem Newton brought it up. So we're planning to bring that at a future meeting and we can include that issue.
Please do.
As part of that item.
And then, are we going to get into, I understand the school district's going to give us a new sound system and video system here. They told me that last night.
So the team, Amanda and Matt, have been working collaboratively with the school district to secure the ability to use the equipment in the room going forward, because it will greatly provide efficiency for us. Dana, I don't know if you have any updates on that, but or Amanda's here. Here she is.
They happened to tell me last night.
Yeah, though they've been really great. They've been very open to the discussions, which we appreciate.
Yeah, good evening, City Council. No, we've been working with the school district on a joint use agreement, and so it's to utilize the internet here and then all of the equipment. So Matt and his team don't have to run back and forth from City Hall to the council chambers to set everything up. It also includes the parking lot and some other components. So that we're working on that with them.
Do we have any parking?
I know we need more parking, so that's what I'm trying to get.
Does Norco have any parking?
So we're working on that right now. I haven't heard anything back from them in a couple weeks, so I will reach out. So it's a good sign that they're talking to you about that. But we did meet with
They told me it's a done deal. So I was like, oh, that's nice.
Oh, good. Okay. I'll reach out to them tomorrow to see how done of a deal it is. But yeah, we met with their IT department and they were very helpful. And I'm hoping that we can collaborate in the future together with both entities.
Okay. And then my next one is, and I do not expect the folks to my left to get involved in this if they don't want to. But my folks to the right, I just would like to discuss what I saw last night. I know that's not our purview, but I get a lot of complaints about the things that are not at our Norco High School, and I would like to at least have a discussion on how we might be able to support the FFA program, support some of the library, things like that that are not being given to Norco High School. I know that's not so much in our purview, but it would be nice to at least let them know that Norco is paying attention and saying, hey, wait a minute. So I'd just like to discuss it. So if I can get a second, please. No, I would be happy for them to be involved, but if they'll second it, but they work for the district and I didn't want to put them in an awkward position. Well, then, are you going to second it? Okay, great. Thank you.
While under discussion, can you give some more information about what the discussion was for those of us who weren't at the school board meeting? What is the discussion that you're
is a classic
bringing?
example of why you shouldn't have districts within a district. What's happening is that when you get 3 or 4 trustees and they want things to go into their district in an election year, what happens is the one person that's not running or the one person that doesn't quite have the clout, what you have is you've got money going to another high school that is already way ahead, already has libraries, already has ASB, already has a bunch of things. In the meantime, you have Norco High School that, people don't realize we started 25 years ago on that gym.
So sorry to interrupt you, but so what was the item that was on the agenda last night?
It was the budget. It's 2033. And what we're very disappointed about is that we're not getting some things at the high school that other high schools already have. And so we'd like that money to be, that they're going to do what they're going to do. They're all great people. I totally get that. But it's very frustrating that, people don't know that the first bond measure, the only reason we got the theater and those kind of things was because Dr. Beckler kept his word. And what's happening now is there's things that have been promised. We tried to raise money for we raised, $10,000 for the library. And then all of a sudden we found out that we couldn't get it. There's a scoreboard. Act 1 has said they would put the scoreboard up for free, but they can't do it because they have to tear down the illegal buildings that somebody put in. And I got news for you. All those fields, the football field, the baseball field, all that was put in by residents. And so I'm just frustrated that, I get calls because people think somehow we're connected to the school district. And if we can generate a letter saying, can you please take a little bit better care of Norco High School, that's what I'm looking for. Or at least have the discussion and put them on notice. I know it's not so much in our bailiwick, but we have to support our kids. We have to support our community. So
Is this, just for clarifying question, because you and Robin are on the our schools committee, has this something that's come up at the...
over and over and over and over and over again. I sat 7 years on the Measure GG board, and then thank God I did, because we got the stuff at Norco L, we got the stuff at Norco Junior High, and there were serious arguments in that room when they were funding everything in Eastvale. So anyway, if there's no other discussion, we got Robin did it.
Well, please vote. Greg.
And then the final one. Oh wait, I gotta wait to see if it passes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
I appreciate it, folks. I don't know. I'm really passionate about that high school and JFK, and I just want them to have the best. All right, and finally, after talking to Lori, I'd like to have a discussion on fowl, guinea hens, before I get cited. I'd like to talk about looking at our poultry laws in the next, little while. In the meantime, sort of not. The problem I have is for 60 years, and it's personal, we've had guinea hens running around, and I had a interesting encounter with the animal control folks who were upset that they were all over the street, and the problem was they were chasing them with nets. So this is Norco. I mean, we passed the poultry laws because of roosters, and it's very hard in Norco for everybody to get rid of their chickens. And the guinea hens, if you cage them up, they eat each other, so you can't cage them up. So what I've done with Melvin is, in my case, I collect the eggs and I don't let them grow, but they've been there for so many years. And for me, that's part of Norco. And so what I'd like to do is agendize a discussion on our poultry laws, fowl laws, whatever you want to call them, at your earliest convenience. But in the meantime, maybe not cite anybody. Which, by the way, when it was told to me, I said, do it. No, they were actually, the problem they had is they're running around with nets and they're trying to catch guinea hens, which I could have told them is impossible. But so anyway, if we could have a discussion on our poultry laws, fowl laws, I'd appreciate a second on that.
Second.
Okay.
Got you.
Why? That
Because per
what,
our
what in the
code,
poultry
it's
code
not-
do
it's-
we need to change
it's actually
for a
not
free
in there. I
range
looked at
animal?
it.
To clarify that you can't cite someone if their chicken hops the fence or
Something
their
like
guinea
that.
fowl.
Yeah, basically. It's really actually not in the code, but I think we need to clarify. Personally, I would rather not bring it up because I'm going to bring a whole, I think, but everybody seems to love, they all know they're ours. And then there's another guy over on Hillside that has like 90 of them. I mean,
Yeah, they're in my yard every day for my neighbors, and then the dog comes out, and then they just hop the fence.
Yeah,
again.
they aren't
But they're on
mine.
Second Street all the time.
Those are mine.
They're hard to contain.
No.
You can put little tags on their legs.
Don't we
They're
just have
delicious
like a
too. Another
I don't
delicious
care
item.
ordinance? I mean, do we need a
What do
policy
you think?
thing on this?
What do you think, L lawyer? What do you think, Lori?
I mean, if the code is silent, it's a reasonable interpretation, right? I mean,
So I don't have the code in front of me, but as I expressed to the mayor, like the best practice is always to make sure our codes reflect what we wish to do. So if we wish to allow, and because this is what they do, fowl to free range in town, then we should amend our code to indicate that so that our staff has clarity about what their role is, right? That's what's the right thing to do. So that I think is the idea.
So anyway, at least for a discussion, I guess. I mean, Greg, truthfully, I'm with you, but
Yeah.
we have a whole new generation of people coming in that, and no offense to anybody, they don't know what Norco is. And I think that part of what has to be reflected in our codes is what is Norco? What is this town that we're all trying to protect and preserve? And part of it is the fact that we have chickens and goats and horses, rabbits.
About all the chickens and turkeys running loose on Temescal.
And by the way, there's nothing in the code about what do you do about peacocks? Start caging peacocks up? You can't do it. All right. So anyway, I need to.
On my street too.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a second.
Yeah.
Vote. Greg. Councilmember Newton. It's showing. Motion passes unanimous.
And then I would like to close this meeting. We missed it the last time, but it is shocking to me that Ted Hoffman has been dead for a year. So I would like to, it was Jeff Cahan that brought that to my attention. It truthfully seems like yesterday. You know, he could be a tough guy, but he served his country honorably. He was a deputy sheriff. He was wonderful to his wife. We've also lost Jean. And all in all, pound for pound, he was an excellent council person who cared about his community. So I'd like to close in honor of Ted Hoffman and his wife, Jean. We're adjourned.